Montana State University. My name is Wadet Cruzado, and I'm honored to serve as president of this great institution. We are delighted to have you here as what I usually call your university, because we're very proud of the fact that Montana State University is the land-grant institution of this beautiful state of Montana. And you will see in every corner of this campus that we take that job very seriously and very proudly. We're delighted to have you here, and I look forward to hearing back from you. Enjoy your tour. Go Bobcats!
Morning. My name is Anders Groseth, and I am the Assistant Director for New Student Programs at Montana State University. I want to take a moment to thank you for registering to participate in our very first virtual MSU Friday and let you know how thrilled we are to have you looking into everything that makes MSU such a remarkable place to live and learn. MSU Friday is all about you. Partners from all across our campus have gone to great lengths to make sure that this experience is one that leaves a lasting impression on your college search and decision. We have a full palette of reflective learning activities, informational highlights, and interactive panels that is sure to have a lasting impression, be extremely informative, and entertaining. Before we get started today, I want to take a moment to let you know a little bit about Montana State University as an institution. I want to start with our academic centers. In the spring of 2019, MSU opened an incredible, innovative, and collaborative learning space, Asbjornson Hall. This hall was made possible due to a very generous alumni donation of $50 million through Mr. Norm Asbjornson. Now, for the students tuning in today, I want that number to ring in your head a little bit, $50 million. If you give us $50 million, we will name things after you. I promise you that. Looking forward and what's next? Well, in the fall of 2019, MSU secured a grant of $12 million, and that $12 million is going to go towards the completion of our future American Indian Hall. This is a project that is years in the making, and we're so excited that it's set to open in 2021. And finally, the construction and renovation overhaul has gone to near completion of Romney Hall. This construction and renovation is a $25 million project that is going to end up leading to the availability of 1,000 classroom seats each hour of the day, leading to more than 1 million classroom seats being available throughout the year. This is going to make Romney Hall the academic hub for MSU students of all majors. As you can see, this is a campus that is on the move, and we hope to have you here to take part. Beyond our physical spaces, we feel that there's other attributes about our university that make us that unique institution of choice for students who end up enrolling. The academic side of our campus is what's most important to you. MSU is home to more than 250 different areas of study that are going to range from mechanical engineering to philosophy and everything in between. These areas of study are housed within 8 different academic colleges, and in addition, we also offer an honors college and a university studies program, which provides support for students who are undecided on their major. The style of education is also hugely important for our students. Montana State University has recently been recognized by the Carnegie Foundation as being an R1 institution. What being an R1 school means is that out of more than 4,000 colleges and universities across the country, MSU is on a list of 131 schools that has been recognized as having very high research activity. A hands-on approach to education is what's going to really end up lasting with you and prepare you for a successful career. Last year, MSU spent nearly $140 million on student research opportunities for our undergraduate students. What has this style of education done for our students? Well, in the last 10 years, MSU has produced 3 Rhodes Scholars, 7 Truman Scholars. We have received 37 National Science Foundation grants and 27 Goldwater recipients. The Goldwater Scholarship is America's premier math, science, and engineering award, and MSU is tied for being number 9 in the nation historically for Goldwater recipients. We have a total of 78, and that number puts us in the company of schools such as Harvard, Princeton. The school that we're tied with is Johns Hopkins, and we are 1 spot above a school called Yale. But really, who's counting, right? The next thing that makes us this institution of choice is our value. We have a great value for the cost of attendance. MSU provides numerous scholarship and financial aid opportunities that make enrolling affordable for everyone. These opportunities are available for both resident and non-resident students. You'll be able to hear more about these opportunities during our MSU Basics session, and you can also do further research on our website, and be sure to apply for anything that you think you might qualify for this upcoming year or beyond. And last but not least, the other thing that makes us this fabulous institution of choice for our students is where we get to call home, our location. Bozeman, Montana is the epitome of a college town. There's about 60,000 people that live in Bozeman, Montana, and that 60,000 includes the roughly 17,000 students that are MSU students. This means that the average age in Bozeman is just a shade over 27 years old this year. So it is an incredibly youthful, active, and energetic community that has something to offer everyone. If you're a student who's looking for an outdoors experience, this is going to be a perfect place for you. We are 90 miles north of Yellowstone National Park. We are within 1 hour of 2 different ski hills, Bridger Bowl and Big Sky. We have 5 different mountain ranges to match the 5 different river systems that surround our community. So if you are interested in hiking, biking, fishing, skiing, camping, whatever the case may be, MSU and Bozeman are places for you. On the other end of that coin, what if you're a student who's looking for more of a cultural engagement experience? Well, being a college town as we are and having so many students from different parts of the country, MSU and Bozeman have really served as cultural hubs for the state of Montana as well. So if you're somebody who's looking for a good live music scene, if you want a good culinary experience, or maybe to get involved with a visual or performing arts community, MSU and Bozeman are places for you. Now, as we get into today, this new experience for all of us, our first virtual MSU Friday, I wanted to take a minute to do a little bit of a demonstration of our virtual MSU Friday website so you know how to navigate and get the most out of today's experiences, both the pre-canned and the live opportunities. So I'm going to head over to the computer and I'll do a little demonstration for you. Okay. So if you get onto montana.edu, which is our homepage, you're going to see that our virtual MSU Friday site is on our top banner. It's easy to find right off the very get-go. You'll click into that banner screen, and this is going to bring you into this virtual MSU Friday display page. This is going to lay out everything that you have the chance to take advantage of throughout today. Our live stream, which theoretically you're currently in, is linked right here at the very top, starting off at 9:30 just a few minutes ago. As you go through the page, you're going to end up seeing these different tiles that will let you jump to different pages with further information. If you're not too familiar with Montana State University yet as an institution, maybe you want to learn about the basics, and this is some of the things that we're going to cover throughout our live sessions throughout the day. But for further information down the line, you can click into the MSU Basics page and learn about who we are at a glance, why we're a one-of-a-kind institution, what are our admissions requirements, and some of the most important stuff, scholarship and financial aid information. So going back Maybe you want to learn more about the academic colleges that we have to offer. I did mention we have those 250 different areas of study and the 8 academic colleges. Well, when you click into academics, you're going to learn a little bit about our academic excellence, those top scholars and the style of education, but you'll also have the opportunity to look into each of these different academic colleges individually. So maybe you're a student who's interested in agriculture, the backbone of the state of Montana. You can jump in here, learn a little bit about the college itself and what some of our students are doing. Each of these colleges are going to have some highlight reels and some videos to provide some further information. And then again, just about the college and what some of the opportunities are in regards to degree programs, research opportunities, or anything else along those lines. So you'll see each of those is laid out. Agriculture, arts and architecture, our College of Business and Education, Health and Human Development, engineering, letters and science, nursing, and then our honors college as well. Now moving down, you're going to see that undeclared students tile as well. That's that university studies program that I mentioned earlier. We do have a good number of students that arrive at MSU each fall not knowing exactly what they want to major in, and that's okay. We want you to take time and we want you to make the academic decision that is best for you. So if you're interested in some of those exploratory options through university studies, you can learn about that. Or you can learn more about those research opportunities, that style of education, and the Search All programs, where if you think you have an area of study that you might be interested in but don't know what college it might fall under, this is going to be a great place that you can search out your interests rather than a specific degree program. So that's the academic side of things. Then you're going to have these different opportunities, very similarly formatted with student life, living on campus for those of you who are going to become on-campus students down the line. What are we doing about student success at Montana State University to make sure that your university experience leads you to the destination that you want it to? And then again, some of the most important stuff, money matters, scholarships, financial aid, how to confirm tuition and pay bills, that is all covered in there. And then of course, our virtual tour. Because we can't have you on campus today, we do want to have this opportunity to show you who we are and where we are. You can get a good layout of our campus, all of the different facilities, and the academic centers that you might call home once you enroll at Montana State University. So, as you can see, there's a lot going on this page. The last thing that I want to point out is actually the first thing that I pointed out as well, our live sessions. So while we do encourage you to jump around and get the most out of this website that our admissions counselor team has poured themselves into to create, our live sessions are going to be an opportunity for you to get to know some of our faculty and staff and the student support services that we have on campus in an interpersonal fashion. So with these live sessions, this is what's going to walk you through our schedule of events for today. You can see that we're in the welcome right now. We're going to have an MSU Basics session with one of our admissions counselors immediately following me. And then each of these live sessions is going to be followed by a Q&A. We want to engage with you. You are not just a number, you are an individual. And so if you have questions that you think we might be able to lend a hand in answering regarding what student life opportunities are, what about different degree programs, or hey, what's the weather like in Bozeman, or where's a good place to grab a slice of pizza? We want to engage with you in the things that you care about most, about what you want out of your university experience. So after that Q&A session with our admissions counselors, you're going to hear about tips for being successful with our Dean of Students, Dr. Matt Kairis. And then following that, there's a Financing Your Education session with folks from our offices of financial aid and financial education. And then our friends from Residence Life are going to come over at the end of the day to talk about living on campus and what the residential opportunities are for our incoming students. And then last but not least, what's most important to you as an incoming student are the students that are already here. And so this is one thing that I did want to be sure and point out for today. Most of today's live streams are going to be taking place on YouTube Live, where we're at right now. The end of the day is going to be a WebEx session, this student panel. We really value the fact that this is a new experience for everyone, that you're tuning in, you're sitting at home. Well, our students are doing very much the same. So we have a student panel that's set up for students of ours that are coming in from all across the country. From coast to coast, we have our current students, current student ambassadors, the MSU advocates. They're going to be logging in along with you, and they're going to kind of cover some of what their current student experiences and opportunities have been, how they fell in love with Montana State University, and what took them from being in your shoes as a prospective student to their own as engaged, enrolled students at Montana State University and vital members of our campus community. Now, with that live stream, you're going to see that there's this live stream link right here for for the majority, I should say, of these live stream sessions. Down here, you're going to see a different button for the Join the Student Panel event. Again, these are two different formats moving from YouTube Live to WebEx at the end of the day so we can engage with those virtual panelists from across the country. So, I hope that that kind of gives you a good overview of how this website is laid out and how you can jump around to get the information that matters to you most. We do want this to be an engaging experience. We understand that it is a little bit different from the virtual experience or the visit experience, I should say, that you initially signed up for. But we've gone to every length that we can to make sure that we are provided with the information that will help you make your college decision moving forward. So, with that, we're certainly disappointed that we are not able to welcome you to campus in person for today's event. Montana State and the greater Bozeman community are places where people are quick to greet you with a handshake and a smile, and trust me when I say we are as ready to get back to that point as you are. I promise you that. There is simply no substitute for being here in person, but we cannot tell you how much it means to us and how much we appreciate you taking the time to learn more about the opportunities that MSU will have to offer you through this virtual visit experience. Whether you recently graduated and are putting the finishing touches on your college decision, or you've just started exploring the colleges and universities that might end up being the best fit for you in the long run, we hope that today's virtual visit opportunity provides a good taste for what MSU has to offer you and everything that this campus does to not only support but celebrate the successes of our students. Moving forward, please do not hesitate to keep in touch. Reach out if there's questions that we can help you out with as you navigate your college search. We are here to lend a hand and hope that today takes you one step closer to seeing yourself as a member of MSU's class of 2024, 25, or beyond. After all, it is never too early to see yourself in blue and gold. Thanks for being here with us today. Reach out if you have questions, and go Cats.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to our first ever virtual MSU Friday. We are so excited to have you here today, and we are so sorry that we are unable to host you for an in-person MSU Friday, but really glad to see you're taking advantage of this online session. Something that I do want to announce, I know you guys are really active in chat right now, kind of introducing where you're from, and that is awesome, but we do ask that during the presentation you keep it open for questions so that we can answer them throughout. So we'll go ahead and get started. To really show you guys what we're going to be talking about during this MSU Basics presentation, again, MSU Basics, so really everything that you need to know about MSU. We're going to touch on Bozeman. We'll move more specifically into student life, academics. We'll also touch on the application process, scholarships, and then we will wrap up with some next steps. So for any seniors that might be viewing, kind of how to wrap up those loose ends, and then for juniors, kind of what to expect throughout your senior year. So we'll go ahead and roll the presentation, and again, feel free to drop any questions you guys might have in that chat box. All right, so starting off with Bozeman. Bozeman is an awesome place to be. We're about the third largest town in Montana, and like I said, it's a great spot to attend college in. Our population is about 60,000 people, about 100,000 including the surrounding area. That does include our student population, so we shrink down a little bit in the summertime, but again, kind of puts us at that nice mid-sized town feel, which is super nice. As you guys can see, we've been rated in the top 10 places to live in Men's Journal, top 10 college towns in Forbes magazine, so definitely a good spot. We do really have the best of both worlds, kind of what I was saying about having that mid-sized town feel. You really get to have all of the big box stores that you need to make ways of living a little bit easier, such as Target, Starbucks, Costco, Walmart, and many more. But then we also have a very cool local scene. Downtown Bozeman, it's actually all dedicated to our local shops and restaurants, so you can't find anything else like it. And then we also host tons of community events throughout our town. We have a very much integrated student population as well as the larger Bozeman community, so there's always fun events going on to really get the community engaged with each other. Some examples and some of my personal fan favorite events that we do throughout the year. We do Bobcat Fest every single spring to celebrate our graduating MSU seniors. There's a huge pep rally downtown. Every single Thursday night in the summer, we throw what's called Music on Main. And that's where we bring out a local band, bring out some food trucks. We shut down Main Street, and it's a free concert for the community, which is really fun. Every single fall, we do the MSU Catwalk, and that's a great opportunity to really showcase your Bobcat spirit. It's where the MSU Marching Band goes downtown, and they play the MSU Fight Song in every single local shop and restaurant. And those are just some examples of all the different events that we have. I'd say we have at least one local event every month, if not more, throughout the entire year. We are definitely an active and outdoorsy, adventurous community. I think that's pretty much what puts us on a lot of people's radar in terms of skiing. So I do want to highlight our ski resorts that are really, really close by to campus. So we do have Bridgerville. It's about 20 minutes away from campus. You can pretty much get from classroom to chairlift in 25 minutes. And then we have Big Sky Resort, about an hour away from campus. That's kind of our more, obviously, resort style. There's some restaurants and hotels up there if you want to get a weekend getaway or want to ski a bigger mountain. You guys can see the vertical drop in annual snowfall up there on the screen, but definitely a popular activity that our students like to get engaged in on the weekends or after class. You can also take skiing for college credit on our campus if that's something that you want to take advantage of. So never a lack of opportunity to get active in our community. Going off that, we are also about 89 miles away from Yellowstone National Park. This is an awesome opportunity if you want to go explore the park for a day, go camping for the weekend. There's also some research opportunities that take place in Yellowstone National Park. We also are about 30 minutes away from what's called Highlight Canyon. This is a huge outdoor hub for our students with really everything from rock climbing to ice fishing, paddleboarding when the summer comes around, as well as lots of hiking trails that our students like to take advantage of. Around the larger Bozeman area, we also have 80 miles of trails with our Main Street to the Mountains trail system. So really everything from our neighborhoods in Bozeman all the way up to the Bridger Range, the pretty beautiful trail. We also have what's called our Outdoor Recreation Center. So this is really what allows our students to get engaged in the outdoor area that we're surrounded with. If you ever wanted to rent out any sort of camping equipment, if you wanted to learn how to ice climb, you could go take a weekend class through this rec center. And they also do different trips throughout the summer. So when I was a freshman, they did a 10-day trip to the Moab for $200, everything included. Pretty unbeatable prices and can't really find anything else like that. So lots of stuff, again, to really get you guys engaged in and the beautiful outdoor playground that we're surrounded with. That last bullet point there, just in regards to the weather, I know some of you might be viewing from a little bit warmer of states. And I know there's always some questions about what are the winters like, how's the weather up there? It never gets too crazy. We average about 85 inches of snow each year and around 300 days of sun. And although, again, we get some snow, winter's definitely one of our longer seasons, never gets too cold. Average temperature in January is around 35, and average temperature in July is around 85. So I always like to kind of point out those two bottom pictures that you guys see up there on the screen, which showcases our Spirit the Bobcat statue on campus to showcase what it looks like in the winter versus our summer months. We also are huge on fly fishing. Again, top trail towns, but we are the #1 fly fishing college in the nation with 3 major rivers surrounding the area. There's the Gallatin River, the Madison River, and the Yellowstone. So if, again, you want to go fly fishing or go whitewater rafting when the summer comes around, that is definitely in our backyard as well. In terms of transportation, I think we get a lot of questions about, can I bring a car to Bozeman? Can I bring a car to campus? How easy is that to get around town? The answer is it's pretty dang easy to get around Bozeman. Like I said, since we have so many trails, we are very much walk-friendly, bike-friendly town. Campus itself resides about 1.5 miles from the heart of Bozeman, just 1.5 miles away from Main Street. So it's really accessible if students ever want to go grab a bite downtown or go study at a coffee shop. And then we also have what's called our Bozeman Streamlined Bus System. This is a completely free transportation system for anyone that's in Bozeman. Really goes anywhere from campus all the way up to Bridger Bowl and really anywhere in between. So if you ever needed to go to Target and didn't have a car, it's really easy to get there. You guys will also see our map in terms of direct flights that we offer. So for students that might, again, be viewing from a little bit farther away and are wondering, how can I get home for winter break? How can I get home for Thanksgiving break? We have tons of direct flights, and we are expanding our Bozeman airport, so it's becoming much more accessible and a lot less and more inexpensive as well. So that kind of touched on Bozeman. If you guys have any questions about Bozeman, feel free to chat them in, and our admissions counselors will do our best to answer those. But we are going to transition into our campus profile, so what our numbers look like. I think it's kind of always nice to start off with our larger numbers and then break it down from there. Our total enrollment as of fall of 2019 was 16,766 students. You guys can see our undergraduate and graduate student population. So we are a primarily undergraduate institution, as you guys can see by those numbers. I think this size of our university has a lot of benefits. We really get to pull from the best of both worlds in terms of having all of the opportunity of a larger university, but then having a really small sense in terms of a community, having close access to the faculty, staff, and other students on campus. We also have about a 50-50 in-state, out-of-state split. As you guys can see with that top 10 home states section there, you'll see that obviously half of our student population comes from Montana, but then some of our top 10 contender states include states such as Washington, Colorado, California, Minnesota, Oregon, so on and so forth. And you'll notice that some of those states don't even border Montana, so we have a pretty cool melting pot student population. We also represent 74 different countries on our campus. For those of you who are viewing from out of state or even in-state, I think that is so cool to know that when you come to campus, most everyone doesn't know anybody coming to campus, so I think that makes our student body really eager, excited to form those connections, form those relationships, and really just form their community as soon as they step on campus. All right, transitioning into a little bit about student life. So how to get engaged on campus, what we offer, and we offer a lot. There's never a lack of things to get involved in on our campus. So we do have over 250 student clubs and organizations. This includes things such as Division I athletics, club sports. We have hobby-based sports, interest-based clubs, really anything. We have something as simple as the sandwich club on our campus where kids get together once a week and eat sandwiches. So there's really never a lack of things to get involved in, again, no matter what you're looking for. We do have a ton of different events on campus to really kickstart the school year and show you guys what you can get involved in. First one is Catapalooza. This is our huge involvement fair on campus that takes place just a couple days before school starts in the fall. And this is where every single club gets to set up a booth on our main walkway of campus, and students are encouraged to walk around, sign up for different things, see what's out there, meet members of those clubs. And then we also host what's called MSU Debut. So this is a 6-week series of events for new students on campus to really welcome you guys to campus and allow you guys to form those relationships right away. Within that series of events, we have something called the M Photo, which is my favorite event. It's where every single new freshman gets a free gold t-shirt. You head over to Bobcat Stadium, get in the shape of the MSU M logo, and it's pretty cool to see your entire new freshman class there in one spot for a picture. And they also host a party in Bobcat Stadium for you after that event. We also have like a Bozeman Hot Springs pool party. There's a live DJ and discounts for our students, and really so much more to choose from, again, just to really get your foot in the door and allow you to feel welcomed on our campus. We also are a very spirited campus in terms of the athletic events that we offer. We offer 13 different NCAA Division I athletic programs, and everything from football to basketball to volleyball. We also have a rodeo team, which is pretty unique to our campus, and that's definitely a fun weekend on campus for everyone. And what's really nice about MSU students is that you have free access into every single MSU athletic event. So if you ever want to attend Gold Rush, the first home game of the season, or our homecoming game later in the fall, you never have to pay an additional $1 to do that. Same goes for our basketball, track and field events, so on and so forth. Some of my favorite events that we have throughout the year that really showcase how spirited Montana and Bozeman are. We do our homecoming football game every single fall. This is where we not only have a home football game, but the morning before, we also have a homecoming parade where every single club gets to decorate a float and go through Main Street, and the entire community comes out. A lot of alumni come out as well to really just celebrate the longstanding traditions of MSU. We also do Gold Rush, like I said earlier. That's our first home game of the season, but everybody wears a gold t-shirt. You pack the stadium, and it's a really cool sea of gold. And I think since Montana doesn't have any professional sports teams, the entire state really comes out to support our Bobcats, which is pretty unique to us. If you want to stay active on our campus, there's definitely lots of opportunity to do that as well. We have 27 different club sports, so everything from lacrosse, we have taekwondo, to figure skating, to hockey, baseball, so on and so forth. And these are kind of the next step below Division I athletics. So if you're still looking to engage in a good competitive level, but maybe not to the tier Division I sports, and you still want to travel, this is definitely an opportunity to take advantage of. They are all student ran, and funding is a little bit different per sport, but again, tons of opportunity there. We also have intramural sports. These were my personal fan favorite. These are kind of the next step below our club sports on campus. So intramural sports are really low competitive levels, but it's a really fun way to get a group of friends together and go play a kick-around game of dodgeball, racquetball, soccer. They can be co-ed too if you want, so really great ways to get engaged on campus as well. We also have a way to get active on campus in a more independent way with our Hosea's Fitness Center. This has all the workout equipment you can ever imagine. You can do gym facility rentals. You can take classes such as yoga, Zumba, dance courses. And you can actually take some activities courses in this fitness center for college credit. So definitely some opportunity to stay active on our campus. A little bit beyond Bozeman, I do want to highlight our study abroad opportunities for any students that might be interested in that when they if they come to MSU. We have over 250 programs in over 60 different countries, so really no matter what you're studying, where you want to go, there's never a lack of opportunity for you to go. We have some students go to Norway for engineering, some students studying Spanish that go to Spain, lots of different opportunities. And we do have what's called our direct exchange program. So essentially what you pay at MSU is what you're gonna pay at the school that you're studying abroad at. We take into consideration all financial aid, all scholarships. So we make it a really affordable experience for you. There's also tons of different lengths. If you wanna go for a year, you can. If you wanna go for a semester, if you wanted to go for 6 weeks, if you wanted to go for 3 weeks with the professor that you took a previous class with and your classmates, that's definitely an opportunity as well. We have an awesome advising program for our study abroad opportunity. So if you ever want to get some information on what programs to apply for, what classes to take that are going to transfer back to MSU, just know that we have some awesome resources for you guys here on our campus. Kind of going back to our campus in terms of a place to call home and a little bit about residence life on campus, I do want to touch on our residence halls. We have some awesome living options for our students with 12 different ones to choose from for students attending in this fall of 2020. We have everything from single gender options to co-ed living options. We also have kind of some academic floors known as our living learning communities, where you can essentially live on a floor with people in your same major. We also have honor-specific housing, so there's always a housing style suited for every student that comes to our campus. To highlight some of the newer additions that we've recently put on campus, in 2016 we put Yellowstone Hall on campus, and then in this fall of 2020 we are adding Highlight Hall, again, which will be brand new, so kind of some of the bright and shiny new buildings, but all of our residence halls have gotten newer additions in previous years, and again, you really can't go wrong with any residence hall that you're placed in. In terms of dining halls on campus, freshmen are also pretty spoiled with these opportunities as well. We have what's called Miller Dining Commons that was fully renovated in the fall of 2015. This has everything from a Mongolian grill to an espresso bar to a sandwich bar. And it's an all-you-can-eat basis, so you swipe your cat card at the door and you can eat anything that you want in those dining halls. And then we also have Rendezvous Dining Pavilion, which was fully put on campus brand new in the spring of 2018. This was actually just rated the #1 dining hall in the nation for a university our size. So again, our freshmen are pretty spoiled when it comes to the food options on campus. Again, everybody has a meal plan when they come to campus when they're living in the residence halls, and that is on an all-you-can-eat basis. You can choose between having a 5-day option or a 7-day option. I personally was a fan of the 7-day option just because I didn't have to leave campus to go find places to eat. But definitely some good eating options. We are very much farm to table campus, so we do a lot of local crops and food that come to our campus for students to eat. And if students ever have dietary restrictions or allergies, just know that we have nutritionists on staff and tons of different options to make sure that everybody's has something to eat and that no one's going hungry. All right, so that kind of wrapped up our student life section, kind of the fun stuff about campus in terms of getting involved, all the different clubs and organizations. But I do want to transfer over to our academic opportunities, obviously what you're going to college for. And I think this slide does a really great job about really showing the statistics that set MSU apart as an academic institution. MSU, we spend about $130 million each year on research. That really puts us in the top 3% of colleges and universities in the nation for the money that we spend on research. And before I start talking about research from here on out, I do really want to highlight that term, because I know when I was in high school, I thought of research as someone in a white coat with goggles on, mixing chemicals together in a lab. But it's really tailored to your specific area of study. It's going to look different for our architecture students, our engineering students, our nursing students, and so on and so forth. Since we have a primarily undergraduate student population, all of that funding, all of those research opportunities, all of the labs on campus are going straight into your freshman, sophomore, junior, and senior year. It is not just delayed on until you're in your upper division credits, which I think is really unique to our school. All of those things put together does make MSU the only school in the nation as classified by the Carnegie Foundation for having a very high research activity, a high undergraduate profile, and a commitment to community engagement. I think all of those statistics really showcase, again, that larger side of our institution, that mid-size that we're really fortunate to have. But I think some of the smaller benefits of our university include having an average class size of 30 students, a 19-to-1 student-to-faculty ratio, personalized academic advising. So if you ever want to find a study buddy in your class or meet up with your professor outside of the classroom to get help on an assignment, you really never have lack of opportunity to do so. I know one of my favorite experiences during my undergraduate here at MSU was during one of my psychology courses. My professor and I had a pretty busy week, had a hard time coinciding our schedules, and so she actually met up with me downtown at a coffee shop to help me with my homework assignment outside of her office hours off campus, which I think just spoke volumes about the faculty on campus that really care about our student success. We also have quite a few resources on campus in terms of tutoring. We have career services if you're ever looking for internships or jobs after graduation. Just know that there's so much on our campus to really facilitate your success. One thing on the slide that I really didn't think I understood the weight of it until I actually attended courses here was that over 90% of the courses are instructed by faculty, which are experts in the field. Where that 10% comes in is some labs and recitations are taught by graduate assistants or teaching assistants. But you're never going to have a lecture that's taught by a graduate assistant or teaching assistant. They're all going to be taught by professors, which again, are experts in the field to give you the best academic experience on campus. Kind of going off of that, again, MSU is very much committed to success if you couldn't tell already, but the center on campus that's really responsible for that is our Alan Yarnell Center for Student Success. They offer learning strategy workshops. This is where Smarty Cats tutoring is held, $2 per session to get help on a class. They also offer student success advising. Within this office, we also offer a career internship and student employment opportunities. So again, when you're starting to look for internships, jobs after graduation, you have more than enough opportunity to do a mock interview, go to a resume building workshop, just to really finalize things to ensure that you're a competitive applicant. We also host career fairs on our campus 2 times a year, one in the fall and then one in the spring. The spring career fairs are almost spring fairs since it's in February, but this is a great opportunity for students to meet with some companies and organizations that come to campus. We have nearly 200 that do each career fair, again, to really form those connections and get them practice for when they start their professional career. That last bullet point up there on the screen is also something that we've recently implemented in the last several years, known as our Freshman 15 program. This is not about weight gain, but about credit load instead. And what MSU utilizes is what's called a flat rate tuition. So essentially anything that you are taking as a student from 12 to 21 credits is no additional cost to you. This means that you can get a minor for no additional cost, take some courses to really supplement your major, and really just allow you to stay on track for that 4-year graduation rate. So I've seen a lot of success with that Freshman 15 program to really increase our freshman to sophomore year retention rate, as well as our 4-year graduation rate. All right, so speaking of academics, obviously it's important to touch on what we offer in terms of majors, minors, and all of that fun stuff. I'm not gonna dive too deeply into every single major here. I think we'd be here a little longer than 45 minutes. But I do wanna highlight kind of the big picture. We offer more than 250 academic programs on our campus. And as you guys can see, we offer everything from agriculture to nursing to education, so on and so forth. And what's really nice about MSU is that we are a direct entry institution. So when you apply to MSU, you do not have to submit a separate application for the College of Engineering, the College of Agriculture, the College of Letters and Science. When you are admitted with our general MSU application, you are automatically admitted into every single program that you see here. Again, it's no additional application. This makes it really easy for students to change their major if they wish, can kind of explore different options before they get really settled in their primary area of study, and just is a much easier process for our incoming students. I am gonna drop a couple fun facts about some of the research that we offer, again, kind of showing you guys what that looks like in terms of a variety of different curriculums. Agriculture students, they have 7 different research sites throughout the state of Montana where they're really getting a very much holistic view of the ag industry throughout Montana. Our architecture students, a couple years back, they were involved in making tiny homes for our low-income families in Bozeman. Our business students, our finance concentration students, they go over to Wall Street in New York City during their junior year to meet with financial advisors and see finance on the large scale of things. Our health and human performance majors, these guys have what's called a bod pod on campus where you essentially stand in a giant egg and it takes your body mass index in 10 seconds. They also have access to an endless rock climbing wall, an endless swimming pool, a treadmill so big it can fit a car onto it, and so they bring out the cross-country ski teams to see how they react to different rehabilitative purposes. Our nursing students, they're actually placed in one of 5 clinical hospitals throughout the state during their upper division credits where they're working hands-on with real patients. So as you guys can see kind of by this theme that I'm presenting, that our students are very much engaged outside of the classroom. It's not just gonna be sitting in a lecture listening to your professor talk at you 5 days out of the week, but instead having that hands-on experience, which really gives you unparalleled access for when you graduate with your undergraduate degree from MSU. I do want to touch on what's called university studies, that undeclared option that you guys saw on that previous slide. So university studies is our undeclared option for students, what Anders mentioned earlier in his welcome message. But for any students that are coming into MSU, maybe having too much that they want to study or not sure what they want to study, this is essentially a guided exploration option for you guys. You are connected with an academic advisor that is super knowledgeable about really every academic program that we offer on campus. They are gonna help you pick courses that really suit your skills, your goals after graduation, your career goals, and so much more. And we see that with university studies that students are a lot more likely to declare a major much quicker than if they were to jump around on their own. And we also see that students are much more likely to persist in the major that they've chosen, just because they've had that opportunity to explore. They get to see what they like, what they don't like, and be that much more confident in the major that they choose. This in no way inhibits your four-year graduation track either. Again, it's a very much systematic approach to your exploration period, and our advisors make sure that you're going to be out in 4 years regardless of how much time you take to explore. Touching on our Honors College, this is an awesome opportunity for anybody that might be interested in adding a little bit of an additional element of rigor to their curriculum. Honors College courses are a little bit quicker paced, they're more in depth, but it's a really cool approach to learning. It's very much an interdisciplinary approach, so you're not only taking classes with just engineering majors or just nutrition majors or just English majors, but you're taking courses with every single person from those academic backgrounds. So that really gives you some cool academic perspective when you're discussing different topics throughout your classes, and there's some really cool honor-specific opportunities for you guys. Some of the fan favorite courses that we offer are our Hike and Read and Ski and Read course. They're pretty much as good as it sounds. You read some material and then go hiking and skiing with your professors and classmates. You guys have access to honor-specific research, honor-specific study abroad opportunities, and some really cool faculty and staff that reside in the Honors College as well. For anyone interested in applying to the Honors College or joining that, it is one application that includes one letter of recommendation and one personal essay. And we're really not looking for any baseline academic scores. All you have to do is submit that application, obviously a well-written piece, a well-written letter of recommendation. We can consider you for attending our Honors College. You can apply anytime after you've been admitted as an incoming freshman. And if you want to wait a full year, kind of get college under your feet, see if you're ready for that next step and that additional element of rigor, you can also apply to the Honors College going into your sophomore year here at MSU. Again, Honors College is a huge benefit on our campus, and I think the most beneficial thing about it is that you also graduate with a separate honors degree alongside your bachelor's degree of whatever you might have studied. So 2 degrees, 1 shot, kind of puts that competitive edge on your resume, so definitely an opportunity to explore. Our pre-professional programs. So these are not majors, but they are advisory tracks for anyone interested in attending law school, med school, physical therapy school after obtaining your bachelor's degree. So this is an advising track, again, for any students interested in those that really helps you pick your program, they help you apply to your program, they help you study for standardized tests that are needed, they help you write essays, letters of recommendation, so on and so forth. And we see some pretty high success rates for having these programs in place. Our med school placement rate for students attending medical school is about 20% higher than the national average. So again, very much some benefits of being in these pre-professional programs and having these awesome advising tracks on our campus. College credits. So I know some of you viewing, a lot of you viewing might be taking any AP, IB, or dual enrollment credits, and MSU accepts the majority of these. Starting off with AP credits, general rule of thumb is that we need a score of 3 or better on the AP exam to grant you the AP credit here, or the MSU equivalent credit here at MSU. We do have an AP placement guide online at montana.edu, so definitely encourage you guys to check that out. Similar structure for our IB classes. General rule of thumb is that we need a score of 4 or better on the IBHL exam. We are also accepting more and more SL exams, but definitely check out our IB placement guide that can also be found at montana.edu. For any college credits that you guys might be taking through a junior college, community college, or university nearby, we also will take those as long as you've passed the course and as long as that course is from a regionally accredited institution. We do have what's called our online transfer equivalency guide, where you can punch in the state and then the college that you have those credits transferring from, and it'll generate a full extensive list of all the credits that we've accepted from that school to MSU in the past. If you don't see a specific course on that, doesn't mean we don't accept it. It just means we haven't seen it transferred from that specific school to MSU in the past. So that's when we recommend to get in contact with the Office of Admissions, who is in charge of processing and evaluating all those credits. All right, so kind of transitioning into our application process, obviously getting started at MSU. This is an important piece to really kick it off. Our application at MSU is a super streamlined process. It is very much a simple process. Typically takes students anywhere from 15 to 30 minutes to complete this application. And you guys can see the top 3 green boxes up there on the screen. Those are admissions requirements. So if you satisfy one of those 4 admissions requirements in those 3 boxes, you'll be automatically admitted into MSU. We do not require any letters of recommendation, no personal essays. So again, if you satisfy a 22 on the ACT, or an 1120 on the SAT, or a 2.5 high school GPA, or you're ranked in the top half of your graduating class. If you satisfy any one of those, you're automatically admitted into MSU. We don't have an official deadline for our application. We do accept them on what's called a rolling admissions basis, but obviously the sooner that you apply, the sooner the better, so you can start getting everything else kind of checked off that list. Once you submit your application with official test scores on file, you'll hear back from us in about 2 weeks with an admissions decision, so it's a pretty quick turnaround time. And you guys will notice our admissions requirements do reside a little bit low. We are what's called a land grant institution, meaning we are an access institution and providing accessible higher education for our students. But you'll notice on that right column that our freshman average incoming scores reside much higher than those. A little bit more about the admissions process and what to list on your application. On that application, you'll list your self-reported GPA. If your high school reports a weighted GPA, you can always list the higher GPA. That'll always be a benefit to you for scholarships. We will also need official ACT and SAT scores sent to us in order to consider you for scholarships. We do not prefer the ACT over the SAT, vice versa, and we don't need both, but we do need at least one test on file, again, to consider you for scholarships. We do not superscore the ACT or the SAT, but we will always take your highest composite score. So that being said, if you apply to MSU with your first round of ACT or SAT scores and then decide to retake those scores down the line and your scores increase, we will always accept improved academic information, again, which will always be of benefit to you for scholarships. All right, that touches on the application and kind of a nice segue into scholarships. Obviously, we understand that college is a significant financial investment, and we want to do everything in our power to make MSU an affordable option for you, and that is why we give out millions of dollars each year in scholarships as well as financial aid. So I'm going to touch on in-state scholarships first. I'm then going to transfer over to out-of-state scholarships, and then I'll go over the scholarships that overlap between both student populations just so you guys can follow my lead. So the Montana Premier Scholarship. This is our most common in-state scholarship that we give out to students each year. This award ranges anywhere up to $3,000 per year renewable. Can start off as low as a couple $100 one year, but can fall anywhere between there. This is a separate application. It'll ask for some text boxes that include any leadership roles that you have, any honor societies that you're involved in, community service, so on and so forth. And then it will also be based off your self-reported GPA that you list on your application, as well as your official ACT and SAT scores. The application deadline for this scholarship is February 1st of your senior year. For any seniors that are viewing that are Montana residents, keep in mind that we did reopen the Premier Scholarship application for students to apply since we understand that these are financially trying times. More in-state scholarship opportunities. So the Hillman Scholarship. This is something that we encourage students to apply for if they are a Montana resident, have completed the FAFSA, and are Pell Grant eligible. So it is a more need-based program. But the Hillman Scholarship Program, if you are selected to be a Hillman Scholar, is a really cool program that you're involved in throughout your 4 years here at MSU. The value of this award is a 4-year award of $4,000 per year. Just below that is our Montana University System Honor Scholarship, the MUS Scholarship. And this is something that I really encourage students to be aware of if they're a Montana resident and are checking out multiple Montana schools. So not only MSU Bozeman, but MSU Billings, University of Montana, Helena College. There's a pretty extensive list that is in the Montana University system. This scholarship will waive your entire tuition at any one of those universities. However, if you get the MUS and use it towards MSU Bozeman, you get an additional $1,000 for your freshman year. So kind of some incentive to use it with us. All right, and then transitioning into out-of-state scholarships. The first one that I always like to touch on is our Academic Achievement Award. This is our most common out-of-state scholarship that we give out to students. You are automatically considered for this award when you apply to MSU with your self-reported GPA and official test scores. So there's no additional application. We do all the hard work for you. And this scholarship ranges in awards up to $15,000 per year and is renewable for 4 years. Again, if you ever resubmit higher GPAs or higher test scores to us, we can always automatically reconsider you for a potentially higher achievement award. So just something to keep in mind as you're going throughout your senior year. The Western Undergraduate Exchange, the WUI Scholarship. As you guys can see with the map there at the bottom of the screen, for those who are residing in any blue states, so any states in North Dakota, South Dakota, or any state west, you're eligible for the WUI. Something I'd like students to be aware of is that the WUI does look different at every university that you might be checking out that also offers the WUI. It is 1.5 times the in-state tuition rate of whatever university that you might be checking out. So keep in mind that requirements as well as values do differ between schools. At MSU specifically, this is a value of $16,600 off of your non-resident tuition for students attending in the fall of 2020. Students must have a 3.3 GPA and a 27 ACT or 1260 SAT. Since this is one of our larger awards, it is a little bit more competitive for that reason being. There is no additional application for this scholarship. You are automatically considered for it when you apply to MSU, so we do all the hard work for you again in this circumstance as well. A common question that we get about the Achievement Award and the WUI is, can they be stacked? The answer is no. We'd make it a little bit too easy to get a full ride, unfortunately, but we will always award you the one of highest value. And if you're eligible for both, that would obviously be the WUI since that's of higher value. All right, and then the Presidential Scholarship. This is something that you are eligible for as an in-state student and an out-of-state student. So the Presidential Scholarship is our most competitive scholarship. The reason for that being is it is our full tuition waiver with a generous housing stipend given to you each semester as well. It is through our honors college, and it is, again, very competitive, so we encourage students to be aware that the application takes a little bit longer and does require multiple personal essays, multiple letters of recommendation, as well as your transcripts and academic scores that we have on file. About 20 to 25 students are awarded this scholarship each year, so again, spend some time on this application if you are interested. The application is always due on the first Friday in December. For this year, that'll be December 4th of 2020 for our incoming seniors. For students interested in the Presidential Scholarship and the Honors College, this scholarship application will act as an application to both programs. So you can submit one application and it'll knock out 2 birds with 1 stone. Even if you don't receive the Presidential Scholarship, you will still be considered for the Honors College, and we'll pull all of your essays and letters of recommendation from that scholarship application. Other scholarships to be aware of are departmental scholarships. These are really some opportunities to keep in the back of your mind, not only as an incoming freshman, but these are opportunities that you can apply for during your sophomore, junior, and senior year here at MSU. Every single academic college on our campus gives out departmental scholarships each year, and they can really help significantly reduce the cost of tuition. And they can also sometimes be used towards things besides just tuition. Used towards room and board, books and supplies, depending on what scholarship you receive. Typically, the window of time that we're looking for students to apply for departmental scholarships is November 1st to February 1st. So keep in mind that that is pretty much the priority window. So if you want to be eligible for departmental scholarships, definitely submit the application within that window. Outside scholarships, we will also really take anything from a local Rotary Club, a local church group. We've had someone come in with the Tall Gentlemen's Club scholarship that got $250 for being over 6 feet tall. So we would really accept anything, and we can stack outside scholarships on top of departmental scholarships, on top of those main scholarships that I just previously touched on as well. Again, high school guidance counselors are a great resource for these opportunities. fastweb.com, scholarships.com, the College Board Scholarship Tool are all great opportunities to see what scholarships are available to you. Again, get creative with them. There's lots of different ones out there. Financial aid. So financial aid is the need-based portion of aid that MSU gives out each year, and we distribute more than $120 million each year. So FAFSA, the free application for federal student aid, is something that we encourage students to be aware of. This is a completely optional process, but again, you have to submit a FAFSA if you want to be eligible for any grants, loans, or work study. The FAFSA does open for our seniors on October 1st with a priority deadline of December 1st. Again, that is a priority deadline. You can still submit FAFSA after December 1st, but we always encourage the sooner the better to be eligible for more financial aid. Anything financial aid related can be stacked on top of any scholarships as well. All right, so kind of transitioning into next steps, what to expect throughout your senior year. The first one that I always like to mention is orientation. So orientation is really the action that MSU interprets as your intent to enroll. For any seniors that might be viewing, you just went through orientation 1, at least some of you did. And this is where it's a very important session to connect with your academic advisor, really learn about MSU systems, resources, and it's also where you register for your first semester of classes. So again, definitely an important program to go through. You register for orientation through your My Info student portal. That is something that comes into play once you've been admitted into MSU. You'll have login instructions how to access that. And again, once we receive your registration for orientation, that's when we perceive you as officially committed to coming to MSU. More information about our orientation programs can be found at the link there at the last bullet point, if interested in learning more. And then I do kind of want to do an overview of our application timeline. So obviously, number one, apply for admission. You can apply for admission for fall of 2021 now. The application is open. So for any juniors that are viewing, go ahead and submit it. Again, will typically take about 20 minutes. Submit your official ACT or SAT scores to us. A side note that I do want to mention in regards to these is we understand that a lot of students weren't able to take the ACT or the SAT due to the coronavirus outbreak. We will continue to admit students without test score. It is not needed for your admissions process, but we do ask that as soon as you are able to take an ACT or an SAT test, that you submit those scores to us so we can consider you for scholarships, as that is still required for scholarship consideration. Number 3, apply for scholarships. Number 4, submit your FAFSA. Again, October 1st to December 1st is the window of time that we recommend. Number 5, this is something that I like to mention as well, as it's kind of one of those steps that we see is kind of leading up to your intent to enroll here at MSU. Submitting your campus housing application. Obviously, you are required to live on campus for your first year in one of our 12 different residence hall options that I went over earlier. And it opens up October 1st of your senior year. And the housing application is on a first-come, first-served basis. So the sooner that you fill it out to that October 1st opening date, the more preference you'll have over where you stay on campus. Some of our very popular options are obviously Yellowstone Hall and Highlight Hall. So something to keep in mind that, again, want to apply earlier rather than later. Our priority submission date for your campus housing application is March 1st. You can still submit the campus housing application after March 1st, but we have that set in place so students are aware that we want those in sooner rather than later. There is a $300 non-refundable prepayment with the campus housing application, so something to keep in mind when you're filling that out as well. Number 6, sign up for an orientation session. Those open up in January of your senior year. And then number 7 is really just tying up those loose ends. So sending us your final high school transcripts, your immunization records, so we can process and evaluate your transfer credits and make sure that you're all set up to register for classes when you attend orientation. All right, so that kind of wraps up MSU Basics in a nutshell, really everything you guys need to know. I am gonna take these next about 8 minutes to cover any questions that we received in chat. So let me just go grab this surface here and go ahead and get started. Ooh. All right, so first question, one of the questions that we got was, what if I have AP or IB credits? We do accept those. General rule of thumb is that for AP credits, we need a score of 3 or better on the AP exam to grant you the MSU equivalent credit. And then for IB credits, we need a score of 4 or better on the HL exam and then some SL exams as well. Same goes for any dual enrollment credits. We will just need your official college transcript sent to us in order to evaluate and process those credits. Are you requiring the ACT, SAT for incoming students? I haven't been able to take an exam as a result of COVID-19. Like I just mentioned, we will not require ACT or SAT scores for admission. However, we will still require those for scholarships. So obviously, as soon as you're able to take the ACT or the SAT, get those into us as soon as possible. I know the SAT testing company is offering tests every single month of this fall. So I think they're offering more and more opportunities for students to get those tests due to kind of the postponing and cancellations of test dates. What does on-campus employment look like? Will I be able to take time off for breaks and exams? That is an awesome question, and on-campus employment is a great opportunity for students. Something that I always like to point out is that you do not have to be eligible for work study in order to work on campus. On-campus employment is an opportunity available for all students. I worked in the Office of Admissions as a student, so there's tons of different options in a variety of different offices on campus, such as being a tutor on campus, being a student admissions ambassador, working in the dining halls, working in the residence halls as an RA. Again, really endless opportunities. And what's really nice about on-campus employment opportunities is they will always work with you for your student schedule. So if you're ever needing time off to study for an exam or going home for winter break and want those 3 to 4 weeks off, they're really flexible versus off-campus employment that's a little bit harder to navigate that with. Can freshmen have cars? How much is a parking pass? The answer is yes, freshmen can have cars. We have tons of parking spots on campus. And parking pass is typically the most common one that students purchase for their freshman years, around $220 for the entire academic year. So we make it pretty affordable. For anyone that's wondering if it's easy to navigate town without a campus, or without a car, sorry, that's also an option as well. But if you're interested in bringing a car, definitely we're not restricting you in any way. Do you consider improved test scores or changes in GPA throughout my senior year? Answer is yes. We will always take your highest GPA, your highest ACT or SAT score, even if those improve after you've already applied to MSU. So continue to submit higher academic information to us, and that will always be a benefit to you for scholarships. Do you consider weighted GPAs? The answer is yes, we do consider weighted GPAs. So if your high school does a weighted GPA, that one will obviously be higher than an unweighted GPA, so you can always report that on your application as well. Do I have to decide what major I want to be in when applying? Do I have to apply for my major? On the application itself, you'll list your area of study that you're interested in, but it is completely non-binding. We do that more for interest's sake. When you apply to MSU and are admitted into MSU, you have access into every single academic program that we offer. There's never an additional application to get into, specifically the College of Engineering, the College of Agriculture, so on and so forth. So we make it pretty accessible. What places in Bozeman would you recommend visiting when we come to tour the campus? Restaurants and hikes. There are so many to choose from. I would definitely recommend checking out our local info and discounts page at montana.edu. My coworker Max built out a huge page of everything you need to know about Bozeman. Some of my personal recommendations include Copper. There's a great burger there. Montana Ale Works really has everything, any food, all the way from tacos to chicken strips to bison meatloaf. We also have some awesome hikes around, obviously. Our Main Street to the Mountains one is a great kind of just day-to-day trail system that you can do. I would also recommend going up to Highlight Canyon. That's really our outdoor hub for everything. And there's some really cool waterfalls, different trails up there. Sacagawea Peak is also one that I've been wanting to try, but is definitely more ambitious. But again, definitely encourage you guys to check out our local info and discounts page at montana.edu, as that will have a pretty extensive list of things to check out. Does the WUI have an application associated with it, or is it automatic? The WUI does not have a separate application. Again, you are automatically considered for the WUI when you apply to MSU with your self-reported GPA and official test scores, so no application needed. Can I be considered for the WUI as a sophomore if I am not awarded it as a freshman? Unfortunately, the WUI is for incoming freshmen only, so once you are enrolled and attending MSU, you are not eligible for the WUI. Our scholarship offers binding. Answer is no. If you are offered a scholarship, we highly encourage students to accept their scholarship, but accepting your scholarship is non-binding. It does not commit you to attending MSU, but it does hold your scholarship offer in your name. So if you later decide to attend MSU, just know that that's locked in, but completely non-binding, does not commit you to attending. When am I committing to MSU? Is the housing app binding? To start off, the housing application is non-binding, but we do like students to be aware that there is a $300 prepayment associated with the campus housing application. So although it's not binding, there's that cost that will be lost if you fill that out and then decide not to attend MSU. The action that we interpret as your intent to enroll and kind of when we view you as committed to MSU is, again, when we see you registered for an orientation session. Orientation is where you register for courses, meet your academic advisor, so that's when some more financial commitment comes into play, and obviously when you get your schedule when you come to campus. So again, we encourage submitting the housing application, not binding, but once we see both housing and orientation checked off on your admissions checklist, that's kind of your commitment to us. How does pass-fail credit from high school transfer to MSU? My school converted courses as a result of COVID-19. This is definitely a question that we've received pretty commonly in the previous months. And we are definitely working with students to really honor those pass-fail credits. I would recommend working with your guys' admissions evaluators. Those contact information can be found at montana.edu, but they'll really work closely to make sure that all those are evaluated, but we have really honored the different pass-fail credits that lots of students are coming in with, because we understand that that was a result of COVID-19. What if I have dietary restrictions? Will there be dining options on campus for me? That's a great question. The answer is yes. We have tons of nutritionists on staff, an awesome culinary services office. So if you have dietary restrictions or severe allergies, just know that we have, due to our awesome awesome dining hall options, we have tons of different options for you to choose from, really regardless of what those dietary restrictions or allergies might look like. And we want to make sure that no one's going hungry on our campus. Can I double major? How do I note this on my application? Students can double major here at MSU. However, as an incoming freshman, you are not able to state if you'd like to double major or major minor. We do that kind of for simplicity purposes to get you registered for your primary area of study as an incoming freshman. But after your first semester, you are more than welcome to dive into a double major. If you want to list a minor on there as well, that is also an option. Since we don't have different applications for different colleges on our campus, it's really easy to pair different colleges together for a variety of different options. Can I gain residency? Residency is an option that students can pursue here on our campus. Kind of some of the set requirements that we have, and some of the main ones to consider, are that students do have to be a part-time student for 2 consecutive semesters if gaining residency while taking courses. If you are offered a scholarship, that scholarship will then go away, since we need students to be full-time to receive their scholarships. You have to live in the state of Montana for one full year, with only leaving the state for a maximum of 30 days throughout that entire year. Obviously, you have to prove that you're 51% financially independent, things like that. So that is an option to explore. If anyone has specific questions on how that would work with their specific plan, I would recommend also contacting an admissions evaluator, as they are also a residency specialist on campus. Do I have to live on campus as a freshman? We do have a first year, 1-year live-on requirement. So students that come to campus as an incoming freshman are required to live in one of our 12 different living options. But again, there's really a living option for everybody in terms of a co-ed option and a single gender residence hall, living learning communities, honor-specific housing, so we can ensure that everyone's having a successful first year on campus. And we also do it to really showcase the community that we have and really get you engaged in MSU for your first year. Is there an essay required for admission, or just the presidential scholarship application? So on the general admission to MSU, you do not need to submit any personal essays or letters of recommendation. We make it pretty easy and streamlined. All that you need on the general application to MSU is a self-reported GPA and not your official test scores, but for scholarships. So just that self-reported GPA, some academic history, and then a payment of a $38 application fee. For the presidential scholarship application, we do require multiple personal essays and letters of recommendation, but that is just specific to the presidential scholarship. That is not needed for the general MSU application. Bridger or Big Sky? That's a popular question that we receive as well. I am personally a very local fan. I like Bridger Bowl a lot. I think it's just a really cool community ski hill to do on the weekends. I've been to Big Sky a couple times. I think it's pretty fun to get up to a larger mountain and get dinner up there, or just if you want to have a weekend getaway up to Big Sky, that's also really fun. But I definitely prefer Bridger, as it's, again, just kind of a more community feel. And it's 20 minutes from campus. You can't really get better than that. Is there a designated space for bike storage and ski storage? The answer is yes. We do have bike storage, bike racks all over campus. We have tons of ski storage on campus as well. We also have ski waxing stations on campus in our outdoor rec center. So we're really dedicated to providing storage for all the different outdoorsy equipment that you guys have coming to campus. Is there a shuttle to the airport? That is something that we are currently working on, but we do have other systems in place to make sure that students are able to get rides to the airport when they're going home for Thanksgiving break or winter break, things like that. So we do have what's called kind of this volunteering effort where different faculty, staff, students, and different community members sign up for different time slots. And it's $10 for a ride to the airport, $10 back. So these are put in place when Thanksgiving is approaching, winter break is approaching, to make sure that students are able to catch their flights in a timely manner. If I have family in Bozeman, can I live with them? Yes. So we do have what's called a housing exemption process for anybody that has family, immediate family in Bozeman and is looking to live off campus for their first year. You do have to submit the housing exemption form in order to be considered for this option. But for anyone interested in living with family for that first year, that's how you would go about that. All right, and then we're gonna take one more question. How do I get an internship for the summer? We have lots of different resources on our campus for internships. Like I said earlier with our Alan Yarnell Center for Student Success, they're really there for your career services, so they really help you kind of prepare with mock interviews, resume building workshops, and then your academic advisors are really helpful as well because they'll have all sorts of knowledge about internships specific to your area of study. When I was getting my business minor, I would get weekly emails from my academic advisor stating all the different business internships that were available. And I was able to get an internship after my sophomore year. So definitely some resources on campus to really help you prepare and also be knowledgeable about all the opportunities for you. All right, so I'm gonna close out here. Thank you guys so much for viewing our MSU Basics presentation, and we hope that you enjoy the rest of our virtual MSU Friday. Go Cats!
Hello, and welcome back to your next session in the virtual MSU Friday. Today, we're going to be talking about tips for being successful at Montana State University. As you know, the university experience is a balanced one. It's going to happen both inside and outside of the classroom, and there is a lot to juggle from a student perspective. Who you're about to hear from is our fabulous Dean of Students, Dr. Matt Kairos, one of my favorite people on campus. MSU is fortunate to have somebody like him leading student initiatives to make sure that you're engaged, you're intrigued, and that you're challenged throughout your college career, but also that you're supported throughout your college career. Matt did his undergraduate studies at Washington State University, has a master's degree from the University of Vermont, and a PhD from the University of Wyoming, where he came to us as our Dean of Students. So I'm going to get out of the way. I'm going to give the stage over to your Dean of Students, Dr. Matt Kairos. Matt, thank you.
Thank you, Anders. Well, good morning. And it's great to see so many of you out there over this YouTube Live setting. A little unusual twist for me and being in this setting. I'm used to speaking to a room of several hundred of you as you come and check out MSU, but great to meet you virtually today. And we're going to spend a little bit of time talking about tips to be successful. And as Anders mentioned, I've been working now, this is my 4th university. I have over 20 years working with college students and on college campuses. And throughout that time, I've seen so many students succeed. And like it or not, a handful of students fail. And so throughout that last 20 years, I've been paying attention. Well, what's working? What works for students? What helps them get across the finish line to get to graduation? And frankly, what are some of the things that get in the way of students making that kind of progress? One thing I do know, college is a long 4-year process. And I want our students, as they join us, to be really committed from day one to make it all 4 years, to get across that finish line. It doesn't help any student. It doesn't even help the university if a student is not committed to only start for a year or two. Making it, just like anything in life, getting close to the finish doesn't count. You gotta finish your college degree. And so I'm gonna talk today a little bit about some of those tips that I have to ensure your success. These tips, by the way, are gonna help you if you decide to come to school at MSU Bozeman. Frankly, these tips, you can take them anywhere with you. They're transferable. I think what we do at MSU is really special. I'm going to tell you a little bit about what we do and how we do it, why what we do at MSU is special. But in general, the tips I'm going to offer are going to help you no matter where you decide to go to college or university down the road. So my first tip, one thing I want to make sure all of our incoming students understand and realize, college is hard work. No matter what your major is, no matter what you're involved in, college is hard work. And one thing I try to get students to understand, college, if you decide to come, college is your job, 40 hours a week. You've got to commit to being successful in your job. And that means showing up to your job on time, doing all the work associated with it, and following up on that job as needed. As you probably know, most full-time jobs are about 40 hours a week. And college should be no different. You should plan to work in college 40 hours a week. Now, most of our students take a full load, full credits, 15 credits every semester while they're here. And 15 credits, that really equates to about 15 hours a week of in the class or in the lab instruction. Now, 15 hours a week, that's nothing near 40. That's one thing I want to make sure you understand. The other 25 hours, what are you doing? Well, you're studying, you're preparing, you're following up on your assignments. That means students should be studying before class, in between class, and absolutely at night after class. And if you do that, if you commit to 8 or 9 hours a day, Monday through Friday, you too can have the weekends off. Or if you're only working 5 or 6 hours on your academic requirements, then the truth is you're probably going to have to work on the weekends. So how you decide to put in your 40 hours, ultimately, it's up to you. Some of our students that come to MSU Bozeman, they come here because they love the outdoors. A lot of our students ski. And so if you're one of those students that wants to ski a couple times a week, well, understand, you might be able to pull that off. but you're gonna have to put in that extra work either on weekends or later at night. So it's a mindset, and to make sure your mindset is solid around that idea, when you come to college, college is your job, and you've got to commit to doing that job 40 hours a week. Now, back on those classes, 15 hours a week, one of the questions I get occasionally, Dean Kairos, do I need to actually go to class? Because in some of my classes, my professor doesn't take roll. And that's one thing that you should know when you come to college. One of the foundational truths, go to class. Go to class every day, unless you're sick. If you're sick for some reason, then of course stay at home. But you need to show up to class every single day, and you need to show up on time. It's one of the simple ways to show respect to your instructors is showing up on time. But it's just like a skill set when you have a job. When your boss expects you to be at your job at 8 in the morning, you too should be on time when you get to class. So understand 40 hours a week, showing up to class every single time, and making sure that you're using your time wisely. One of the things I'm concerned about is when our students don't use their time wisely. One research study came out 2 years ago and found that on average, college-age first-year student males, men going to college, usually around 18, they were spending on average 29 hours a week on the internet, mostly on social media, but watching videos and beyond. 29 hours a week. Think about that for a minute. That means they're spending time, 29 hours a week, that's almost a full-time job while being on the internet. That concerns me. I think our students at times are playing too many video games, watching too many videos. I want our students to get off the internet. I want our students to engage in a lot of the activities that we provide on campus, in our residence halls, in our labs, and in our classrooms. And so one thing I want to make sure you understand as you step into college and you take that another step into adulthood, be cautious on how you use your free time. And of course, to get off the internet. If you're using the internet, if you're using social media more than an hour a day, I would challenge you to rethink, to find a new hobby, to do something else, because things are better off the internet, let me tell you. By the way, our young men, 29 hours a week. We also, same study, our young women, 18 college-age young women, are using the internet 26 hours a week. So they're still not that great either. So I want to challenge you as an incoming student, be cautious of the time you're using on the internet. I want to also caution you, one of the things that worries me about students on their phones and using the internet, sometimes the things that they post, one of the truths is posting on the internet now with blogs or Instagram or any other social media platform, those posts do not go away. The university does not monitor our students' posts and what they say or what they do online. However, when students are posting, and if they're posting anything illegal or dangerous, if they're posting anything that has to do with intimidation or cyberbullying or anything along those themes, and it comes to the university's attention, we can and we will follow up on those matters. So understand, again, a big step into college means a big step into adulthood. And that means you are now responsible for the things you post on the internet. So be cautious using the internet too much and how you use the internet, because it can have direct ramifications on your role as a student here on MSU. So my first point, as a reminder, college, it's your job. Plan to work 40 hours a week. My second tip, something that I've watched throughout the years, consistently helping students, the students that get ahead, that actually succeed and prepare themselves for the steps after college, are those students who consistently open the doors for themselves. One thing I hear sometimes from our students, Dean Kairos, I'm just so bored. There's nothing to do here. I don't have any friends. And it always worries me because of all the things we have to offer our students. It's like, how could you possibly be bored here? Well, one thing you have to understand as a student, you have to take that first step. You have to engage. The old idea, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't get them to drink. The same thing goes for getting involved on campus and making sure that your campus experience is really fulfilling. At Montana State University Bozeman, we have over 250 student clubs and organizations, anywhere from the fly fishing club to the chess club, to the business club, to the engineering solar car club, and everything in between. You can find out more about those opportunities to get involved with other clubs and organizations on our student engagement website. There's a database. And as you comb through that database and you have an interest that you might not see represented there today, well, guess what? You can come here as a student, you can create your own club. And once you become a club, you can actually get funding for that club. So there's lots of ways to get involved. Clubs are just one of those ways. We have lots of leadership opportunities on campus. We offer 7 great fraternities and 5 sororities on campus. We have an incredible student government. Our orientation program hires 40 of our best and brightest students each year to serve as orientation leaders. Our residence halls hire the other 100 fantastic students to help support the work we do in our residence life program. There's so many ways to get involved. It's really important to understand it all begins with you taking that first step, showing up at a club meeting, showing up, filling out an application, but getting involved on campus. It really comes down to opening your own doors, because as an adult, no one's going to do that work for you. That work is now up to you. So you could choose to stay in your residence hall room after hours all the time. You could choose to spend your extra time on the internet engaging in videos. I want to challenge you not to. I want to get off the internet, out of your hall room, and get into our campus life programs, because I believe that's where you're going to find not only a great academic experience here at MSU, you're going to find a great co-curricular experience as well. My last point on that, research backs this up. There are a number of research studies that indicate when students are busy, that when they're getting involved with 1 or 2 activities on campus, they're actually going to do better in school. They're going to get better grades, and they're more likely to graduate on time. And graduating on time is really important. It's hugely important because it's one of the ways that you can ensure that the cost of your education is manageable. The students who lose the management of the cost of education are the students who take 5, 6, 7 years to finish their degree. So if you're committed to keeping the costs low, we're committed to get you through in 4 years. But you got to make wise choices to do so. One of those choices, again, stay involved, get busy, have fun, serve our community. But again, you got to understand, you got to open your own doors. That's my second tip. My first tip, don't forget, college is your job. You got to work 40 hours a week. My second tip, you got to open your own doors. As a young adult, no one's going to hand you your experience. No one's going to hand you your education. You have to fully engage. My third point, and something you've probably heard your parents say over the years, you're probably tired of your parents saying this, so instead, I'm going to say it. And one of the tips that I see as students understand how to be successful here, they open their own doors by listening to old people. Let me say that again. The students who consistently succeed and graduate in 4 years and are prepared to go on into the workforce, to go on to graduate school, are those students who understand and take advice from old people. Now, old could be as old as you want. It could be a 30-year-old, a 60-year-old, an 80-year-old. But one of the things that's just foundationally true, when someone is twice your age, that means they have twice the life experience and most likely have probably worked through the same issues that you're going to find as a first-year student on campus. Start listening to some of those old people. Start surrounding yourself with these older people. We might call them mentors. We might call them advisors, counselors, anything you want to say. The university is surrounded by old people. We surround you and older students, graduate students, professors, advisors, counselors, and beyond. All of these people are here to help you, to make sure you're successful. All of our professors are required to do office hours. They're literally sitting in their office waiting for our students to come by and to engage. And like I mentioned in my second tip, no one's going to do that for you. Our students need to take that step. You've got to stop by the professor's office. you've got to engage with them on questions from your course. Your professors, there's just too many of you so that your professors can't do that. They can't understand who you are. It's difficult for them to remember all of your names at first. So understand, the truly successful students are the ones getting to know their professors, stopping in their offices, and taking advantage of all of the services the university has to provide. Again, we're going to give you an academic advisor. They're going to be old or older than you, but they're going to have outstanding advice. We have a counseling center, a medical center. We have the Dean of Students office, the Residence Life office. The list goes on of people who, again, are there to help you. Now, why am I picking on old people? Well, number one, because I'm an old person. I'm easily over twice your age. And one of the things I remember as an 18-year-old, older people kind of intimidated me. It was hard for me to go get to know someone, to start a conversation with someone twice my age. One of the things you'll find at Montana State University, our older people, our advisors and our professors are incredibly approachable. We're here to help. But yet again, we can't do that until our students take that first step to help engage with us. So I want to make sure you understand taking that step, finding the courage to stop by your professor's office, it's one of the things you can do to ensure your success. I want to challenge you, wherever you go to school, hopefully it's here at MSU Bozeman, but wherever you decide to go to school, within the first 2 weeks of your semester, I want you to become on a first name basis with all of your professors. You want to get to know them and you want them to get to know you. And there's a way to do that. You can't get to know your professors after class or before class. For most professors, that's not how it works. The way you get to know your professors is by stopping by their office hours. So again, for most professors, you don't even need an appointment. On the first day of class, every student, you're going to get a syllabus from your instructor. It's going to tell you exactly when their office hours are. Take a look at that and make sure by the end you understand where their office is and when you should stop by during their office hours. For our parents out there, it's one of the great questions you should be asking your student, especially in the first 5 weeks as they transition to college. Well, who are your professors? What are their names? Where are their offices? Because again, sometimes our parents need to nudge our students to find that courage to go see their professors. Because again, we're old and it's difficult, sometimes it's intimidating to go meet someone twice your age. I want you to find that courage because again, that's one of the most important things you can do to guarantee your success here. So let me recap. My first point, college is hard and it takes hard work. You should prepare to work 40 hours a week because your college experience, it's your full-time job. And if you treat it like your full-time job, I almost guarantee you will graduate within 4 years. My second point, open your own doors. Get involved on campus. Seek out opportunities, internships, experiences within the community. We offer so many chances for our students to get involved, not only on campus, but in the local Bozeman community. So get involved and open your own doors. And my third point is get to know us. And even though we might be a lot older than you, get to know the people who are here at MSU. We're what helps to make this place tick. Our professors, our staff members, and beyond. It's one of the reasons why I choose to work here, is the people I get a chance to work with every single day. We can't help you until you get to know us and to show exactly how can we support you during your time here. So engage with the people who are here, especially your professors. It's one of the most important things you can do to be successful. If there's a theme in my 3 tips, if there's a theme in most of my talks with students, it's the fact you're an adult. When you transition to campus, regardless if you're 17, 18, or even older, the university is going to treat you as an adult. And there's lots of things that come with it. One of the things that comes with it is a level of privacy. Because you're an adult student, the university treats your records like you're an adult. There's a federal law that says we must do that. We must protect your records, that students ultimately have a right to privacy. That law, in case you want to read more about it, is called FERPA. And that law governs what the university can or should share with other external members of the community. That includes your parents. And I know sometimes our parents are curious about that. If you are, you're welcome to email me later, and I'll tell you more about those federal laws that guarantee student privacy and what we can share with parents and frankly what we can't. But the university will treat you like an adult. And as such, the university experience, there are lots of rights you have as an adult. Many of those rights are protected by the Constitution, the First Amendment rights that every citizen in this country has a chance to enjoy. But as a member of our community, we balance those rights with also student responsibilities. It's one of the questions I get from students a lot. What are the rules? What are the things I'm going to be held accountable for as I transition to campus? And the easiest way to answer that is the university has a conduct code. That conduct code is listed on our website. And in that conduct code are all the things the university will do to hold our students accountable. And there is no surprise. There's an alcohol policy, a drug policy, a sexual misconduct policy, an academic misconduct policy, and beyond. All of those policies are listed. They're too complicated to go through here today. But in case you want to do some research, what's the university expect from our students? What do we expect our students to do in their behavior, both in the classroom and outside of the campus, or even off campus? All of that is listed in our conduct code, and I want to encourage you to take a look at those rules before you come to school. The last set of recommendations I have are actually not for our students. It's for our parents. And one of the great things about my job as the university's dean of students is I get to work with our parents all the time. The university sees our parents as essential partners in our student experience on campus. And what does that mean? That means we're going to be engaging with you. We're going to be asking for your ongoing engagement, not just during student move-in day, even though we definitely want you here when our students move in. But we're going to engage with you that week and into the entire academic year. Throughout your students' four-year experience, you're going to be hearing from us on a fairly regular basis. We're going to be emailing you updates. Here are the things going on campus. Here are the things we need you to be aware of. And frankly, here are the important questions you should be asking for your student either today or over the break to ensure their success going forward. I tell our parents, you're our partners. You're our partners in student success, and we're going to continue to need your support for the next 4 years to ensure that your student is being successful. So I'm very much looking forward to meeting you as an incoming student. Mom and Dad, I'm looking forward to engaging with you as well. This is an incredible time. This is a difficult time as the universities had to move to formats just like this, where we're presenting our content and setting our expectations of our students through these virtual formats. But we're ready and we're prepared. We've launched a number of initiatives, including a brand new roadmap that was published this last week on how we're going to ensure a strong face-to-face student experience this semester while also doing our best to ensure student safety. You can find all that information about how the university is preparing for our return of our students, their safety, and beyond. Again, on MSU's website, just do a web search under the roadmap and you'll find it. And you can find a lot more about how we're prepared to continue to offer a world-class education for our students face-to-face with professors right here in Bozeman, Montana. And with that, those are my 3 tips. I hope you found this session helpful. I am going to take a few questions. I have a feeling there might be some questions about what I've offered. And to help me do that, I'm going to welcome back Anders Groseth to engage in the Q&A.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you so much. I think what you're going to find is a lot of the questions are pretty spot on with some of the content that you covered. So I appreciate, A, that students are tuning in and they're engaged, and B, you're giving them the information that they're interested in hearing about. One thing that might end up being a little bit more of a discussion than a pointed question, but one of the tips that you have is get to know us. I think one of the transitions that students often maybe not struggle with, but it is a little bit of an uphill climb, is identifying the people who support them as more than just what their roles are. Dean of students, faculty member, instructor, whatever the case may be. And so I'm fortunate enough that I know who you are outside of work. I know that you're a skier, you're a mountain biker. So this is a question that sort of speaks to that. Is your office only for the students that are in trouble?
It's a great question, Anders. No, the Dean of Students does a lot of things, but one of the things we specialize in is helping our students during times of conflict. Sometimes that's when students are in trouble. Other times it's when they have conflicts with others. Again, one of the things we know our students are going through, they're gaining adult skills, and those skills don't turn on overnight. One of those skills that adults need is the ability to resolve conflicts. And students, like it or not, are going to have some conflicts when they come to campus. That conflict could be with an RA, could be with a roommate, could be with a parent, could even be with a professor. And there's some policies the university has on how to work through those conflicts. But the truth is, those conflicts, they need some interpersonal skills. And sometimes our students, as young 18-year-olds, don't have those skills that they might need. The Dean of Students office, we help specialize in coaching students and working with them through those various conflicts to try to get to the end and to do so in a sort of a peaceful resolution way. Again, it's not easy work, but it's one of those things we'll do with students and sort of move into those conflicts and give them some skills on how to resolve them. So we do that. We help students in that journey through adulthood, but we do lots of other things as well. One great point, we get to work with our fraternity and sorority leaders all the time. It's an incredible experience if you choose to join a fraternity or sorority here. At times, our fraternities or our sororities need some additional help. Sometimes they too get in trouble, and so we work with them on those times, during those times, and again, the whole point being, how can we help improve those organizations, those experiences, and ultimately our students to give them a positive MSU experience and to graduate in 4 years.
Beautiful, thank you. This question just came in, and it was sort of one of the last things that you talked about, but can you discuss the student details of FERPA, student privacy, both rights and responsibilities?
Sure. Now, FERPA, it's an acronym. FERPA stands for the Family Education Right to Privacy Act. Just Google this. You're going to find great information about FERPA. It's not something new. Most of your parents went to school under FERPA. Now, your grandparents didn't. FERPA was finally approved by Congress in 1974. And when FERPA was, the point that Congress made even back in the 70s, college students deserve a certain right to privacy. And the things that they do on campus shouldn't be open to the public domain. One of the major shifts back in the 70s that our parents are still today trying to understand is, why won't the university share grades? I hear it all the time. Mom and dad give me a call and say, look, we paid for our son's tuition, and as a result, we expect to have a copy of his grades. Now, FERPA, again, a federal law, says the university cannot do that. And as a state entity, we are required to follow those federal laws. So for mom and dad, one of the things I try to remind them, the university won't release your students' grades, but you can always ask your student for a copy of those grades. Every student has a login to what's called MyInfo, where all their grades and their records are kept. Parents can log into the MyInfo, or probably more appropriately, parents can log into their students' MyInfo with their student, and they can bring up the student transcript right then and there. So one thing our parents, I hope you actually do, is in December, once grades are posted, ask for the grades, and then have a conversation about how things are going. And if you see, well, it's not going so well, and the grades are below a 2.0, there's potentially some academic probation that might be established, I want our parents to be even more hands-on, asking good questions, and trying to get their student the help they need to get off academic probation, back into good standing, and again, making progress for that 4-year degree.
Nice, like that.
The last part I'll say about FERPA, one of the things we won't do is we won't share with our parents the outcomes of any kind of student conduct code violation on campus. This is always surprising for parents. When students get in trouble, when they do violate the alcohol or the drug policy, because of this federal law, the university cannot tell parents the outcome of those violations. Now, a parent will call me and say, I want to know my son has been accused of smoking marijuana in his residence hall room, and I want to know what's going on. I'll remind parents, well, you have a right to know what's going on, but the only way you can find out about what's going on is to talk to your student, to communicate with him or her about what exactly is going on with those cases. It's really important for our parents to understand, while those cases are protected by a federal law, there is one major exception. And it's important that parents understand this. Anytime a student does something that endangers their life safety or someone else's life safety, there's a provision in this federal law that says the university can communicate with parents. And so what does that mean? That means anytime a student is taken from campus in an ambulance to a local hospital or needs some type of other medical service, maybe because the student had too much to drink, maybe because of a medical emergency, regardless, when that student's life safety is in danger, the university can talk to parents about it. And we often do that. We want to make sure when there's something elevated at that level, our parents are fully engaged, have all the information they need to help us on campus make sure that whatever is going on in that student's life, we get that student back on track.
Fabulous. Fabulous. One other thing that I would like to say about FERPA in specific, our next live session, the Paying for School session, they're going to talk about FERPA as well. This is one thing that our office often gets questions about. There's not one universal FERPA. There's different FERPA that relates to financial, conduct, grades, like you were mentioning, and that's one thing that that does seem to be a little bit of a hiccup in some folks, is they'll say, yeah, I already signed the FERPA, but there's not one that covers all bases.
Yeah,
So,
one of the things our students can do, and a lot of students do, is give their parents access to their financial records. Again, a lot of parents help pay tuition, and as a result of that, our students can waive their FERPA protected rights so that parents can weigh in on their student accounts. And so there is a waiver where students can sign over and say, I give permission for my parents to do X, Y, or Z. Again, students are adults, and so they have those rights, but they're also welcome to waive those rights to their parents when it's appropriate.
So Matt, one of the things that we already discussed is that your office is so much more than just the disciplinarian office. It's a student support office, and students have a lot of different backgrounds. They have a lot of different life experiences. So there's two questions that I'm going to kind of combo. We can tackle them one at a time. What are the student support services for students who have been in the military?
It's an awesome question. MSU, one of the things we're so proud of are our students who have served the country in some kind of military fashion. We're the leading school in Montana for providing educational opportunities for our veterans. And to recognize that, one of the things that I was so proud to be a part of back in as far as 2011, we created the first veteran center of any Montana campus to create an actual space for our students who have served the country to be able to gather and to find support services. We have two full-time staff members dedicated to working with our veteran students to making sure that they are getting all of the benefits, the educational benefits associated with serving the country. And it's downstairs. The Vet Center is downstairs in the Strand Union. Joe, who helps lead that center, is available to help support our veteran students. So we very much appreciate what those individuals have done for our country, our state, and our academic community. And we're here to help make sure that they're successful transitioning from active duty or partial duty into student status. And we know there's a transition with that. And we'll have a number of services in the Vet Center that when our students come and they make that transition, they can have access to.
Thank you. And the next one, it speaks specifically about learning disabilities, but I'm going to broaden it. For any student coming in with any sort of disability, what are those services available for students with disabilities?
It's a great question, because right next door to the Veterans Center is we have the Disability Support Center. Mike McNeil and his staff serve every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 to 5, here in the Strand Union to provide accommodations and other support services for students with disabilities. That could be physical disabilities, that could be learning disabilities or mental disabilities beyond. So know that those individuals are here to help. If you've had any kind of support, learning disability help throughout high school, you want to establish those services right away. And so look up Mike McNeil and the Disability Support Office on the internet. You can find their contact information and to work with them this summer to ensure that you sign up for services this fall.
I would like to give a specific plug for that office. That office is the reason I graduated, so I fully support you pursuing their services as well. So, two last questions. There was one that is MSU a safe campus? Can you speak to the kinds of misconduct that you sometimes see in your office and what MSU does to resolve that conduct and provide a safe environment for all of our students?
It's a great question, and I'll answer it two ways. There are two types of violations, two types of incident reports that I and staff in our office and residence life, we review on a daily basis. The first type of violation is really a policy violation, an MSU policy violation. And that has to do, again, with violations of the conduct code. At times, those policy violations are also law violations, which is the second type of incident report. We get incident reports mostly from our residence halls, but we also get incident reports from our full-time police department. The MSU has a full-time police department that's highly engaged in our student life experience. And when students violate the law and they violate our policies, those incident reports come into the Dean of Students. Take a guess, Anders. What's the number one violation? What's the number one incident report we got last year?
I'm gonna go with drinking.
Close. Drinking, alcohol, underage was the second.
Okay.
The number one violation that we see, and it happens a lot, are noise violations.
Oh.
Noise violations, and at times there's alcohol associated with that noise. So the university in total, last year we reviewed over 2,000 incident reports. Most of them were noise. The second incident report was alcohol violation, mostly underage drinking. Sometimes DUI, but that's rare.
Okay.
The third violation, marijuana. And really at MSU, our drug of choice, if there's a drug of choice for our students, it's alcohol, followed by marijuana. And we've been tracking this for years, those numbers are changing. Students are drinking less, and unfortunately they're smoking more marijuana. And so we can talk about the pros and cons of those numbers changing, but regardless, when students violate the law or policy, they do have to be resolved through the university's conduct code. And that's where Dean of Students staff and residence life staff, we work closely together to resolve those incidents.
Nice. And then I think this is a perfect one to wrap up on because it can be a very broad conversation. How can parents support their student? We want our student to feel supported, but I also need them to know that they are accountable.
That's right. That's a great question, and thanks whoever asked it. One thing I'll remind parents, again, our students, you don't just step onto a college campus and automatically gain all the skills you need to be successful. I like to tell students, like it or not, I've had more experience as an adult than most of you have because I'm over twice their age. And so one of the things our parents can do, one thing you can do starting this summer, one of the things I think our students need better help with and more skills with is, again, talking to people who are older. Now, parents, as a general rule, you're about my age. That means, in general, we're about twice the age of our students, if not even older. And because we're old or older, we most likely have friends who are old and older. And so this summer, as you're having your friends over, when there's 50-year-olds, maybe even 60-year-olds sitting in your backyard during a barbecue, and your student comes walking in at 16, and they come blowing by, they grab a burger, and they might not even say hello to your guests. Tell your student to stop. Invite them over into the conversation. Give them some experience talking to older people in your backyard, especially older people who they do not know. Our students need that skill. They need to be able to talk to older people who they do not know and to engage in those conversations. And here's why. If your student can't do that this summer in the backyard, or if that's a challenge for them to do that, if they're shy, if they're introverted, if they're not good engaging with people they don't know, it's gonna be exceptionally difficult for them to gain that skill when they come to college just a short several months from now. And again, they have to have that skill if they're gonna step into their professor's office and to have an initial conversation with them. So one of the things, parents, you can do right now is to give your students practice. That's what they need. It's not a skill set you just turn on or turn off. It's practice. And eventually, the more you practice talking to people you don't know, the more comfortable you'll get with that, the better success you'll have when you transition to campus here in August.
Perfect. Thank you, Matt. This was wonderful.
My pleasure.
Yeah. So that's going to do it for this session. We have our next session, Paying for School, coming up at 12:15, and that's going to be with our Offices of Financial Aid and Financial Education. They're going to dive into everything from tuition payments to promissory notes and everything in between. Throughout the day, I hope one of the words that kind of rings in your head is collaboration. This is a nice collaborative presentation, but also I hope it speaks to the fact that everything on this campus works together for you. There's not one office that's going to support you all the way through, but all of these different things come together to support our students, to support our parent and family members, to make sure that the students of MSU get the most out of their university experience. So thank you for tuning in to Tips to be Successful at MSU, and we'll see you very shortly for Paying for School. Thanks, Bobcats. Throughout the day, you've learned about the basics of Montana State University. You've heard about tips to be successful as a student and as a collaborative parent and family member. And now what we're going to be talking about is how to finance your education. This is something that is vitally important to a successful university experience. And so we have two different presenters that are going to talk about financing your education today. We have Barb Sander from our Office of Financial Aid, and we have Keith Hamburg, who is a representative from our Office of Financial Education. As always, I'm going to get out of their way so they can talk about the details and the things that matter to you most. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Barb. Thanks for being here.
I'm going to go through a lot of topics today, talking about what it costs to attend MSU and how we can help you pay for that. So first of all, to start out with, our office is located in Montana Hall. We are in room 21, so in the lower level of Montana Hall. You see our phone number and our email address on the screen there. We are open 8 to 5, Monday through Friday. You can call us. You can stop in if you happen to be visiting campus. If you have documents you need to submit to our office, go to our website. We have a folder to upload your documents. Also, follow us on Facebook and Instagram. We post a lot of important messages on both of those social media sites. So like I said, we're going to talk about cost of attendance, financial aid awards, financial application process, as well as scholarships. So first, to talk about how to pay for school, we first need to talk about what it costs to attend MSU. We divide the cost of attendance into several categories. First of all, tuition and fees. We also include a budget for room and board, books and supplies, as well as personal and transportation expenses. What's going to show on your bill is what is shown there as direct expenses. So you're going to be billed for tuition and fees and room and board if you're living on campus. If you're living off campus, you'll only be billed for tuition and fees. But we also want you to be successful, so we budget for books and supplies, and we have something called personal and transportation expenses, and this is just your day-to-day living expenses. Gas in your car, if you need to travel home for the holidays, we include budget for that. It may cost you more if you live on the East Coast and if you live in Billings, Montana, so that's not money we're billing you for, but we do award financial aid to help cover those costs. Okay, so to cover the costs of attending school at MSU, the first place to start is filling out a FAFSA. Most of you, I assume, are juniors and just finished your junior year of high school, heading into your senior year. So come October of your senior year, I know you're super busy, you'll want to start looking at filling out your FAFSA. You do this at studentaid.gov. It's a free application, so make sure you do .gov. You should never have to pay to fill out a FAFSA. FAFSA also developed a mobile site, so you can actually download the app and fill out your FAFSA directly from your smartphone. Lots of students have been really successful using the mobile app on your phone. Also, I mentioned the application opens October 1st. The priority consideration for Montana State University is December 1st. So be sure and fill out your FAFSA by December 1st to have the most opportunity for grants and SEOG. There's a one-stop shop for financial aid. It's studentaid.gov, and on this website, you can go there to fill out your FAFSA, complete all the requirements necessary for your student loans. If your parents are taking a Parent Plus loan, which we're going to talk about in a minute, they also can go to this website to fill out the Parent Plus application, and there's so much information on student aid and paying for school. One common myth that we hear all the time is my parents make too much money, I don't qualify for financial aid. Well, financial aid includes not only grants, but student loans at a much lower interest rate than you can often find in the public sector, as well as federal parent loans to help finance your education. Every student, regardless of how much their parents' income is, will qualify for student loans. Also, in addition, another reason to complete the FAFSA, many scholarship donors want to know that you've completed a FAFSA. Nobody can make you take student loans, but they want to know that you've completed the FAFSA and you're looking at all your options when they award scholarships. So what awards are offered from the FAFSA? I briefly mentioned these already, but we award Pell Grants SEOG, which is Supplemental Educational Opportunity Grants, work study, as well as student and parent loans. Student loans are broken into two categories. There's direct subsidized loans as well as direct unsubsidized loans. Both of these for the coming year have a 2.75% interest rate. It's a historical low interest rate for the coming year. The difference between them is subsidized loans. The government's paying the interest as long as you're enrolled in school for 6 or more credits. Unsubsidized loans, the interest starts accruing at the time of disbursement. However, you're not required to make payments on those loans until 6 months after you graduate or drop below 6 credits. Also, I want to talk about the Parent Plus loan. To fill in your cost of attendance after we've awarded Pell Grants as well as student loans, we offer Parent Plus loans so they can help finance your education. This is a loan in the parent's name to help pay for the student's school. So the parents have to do one additional step and apply to have a credit check done online before they're approved for the Parent Plus loan. Also, if you're looking at a nursing program, we offer nursing loans. This is another type of subsidized loan offered only to nursing students, and one has a 5% interest rate. One caveat with that is if you change from the nursing program, you do go into automatic repayment. So be sure when accepting a nursing loan that you're dedicated to your nursing career. Moving on to scholarships, there's several different types of scholarships if you're Montana resident, non-resident. We're going to start with talking about Montana scholarships. We offer the Premier Scholarship to all Montana residents. It's based on your ACT or SAT scores, as well as your high school GPA. There is an application to apply for the Premier Scholarship. It's on our website, montana.edu. The deadline for that is February 1st, prior to the year you're attending. So if you're attending starting this coming August, you're already too late for that application. But if you just are starting your senior year and you're attending in 2021, you still have time. So it opens up November 1st, the deadline is February 1st. Another great source for scholarships for Montana residents is the Montana University System website. It's mus.edu. If you're a non-resident, a couple of different options for you for scholarships at MSU. One is the WUI. This is the Western Undergraduate Exchange Program. There's no application required for this. It's based on your state of residence, as well as your ACT or SAT scores and your high school GPA. You see on the screen there for the 2021 academic year, you had to have a 3.3 GPA or higher and an ACT score of 27 or the equivalent of 1260 on the ACT in order to be awarded the WUI scholarship. If you don't live in a Western state or didn't hit those marks required for the WUI, you would be awarded an Achievement Award. Again, no application for this award either. It's based on your ACT, SAT scores, as well as your high school GPA. If you receive either of these awards, you have to maintain 30 credit hours per year, as well as a 3.0 GPA. And I talked about the FAFSA opening up on October 1st. Every November 1st, we have our CAT scholarship application open up. Applying through the CAT scholarship, it's one application, and it opens you up to thousands of opportunities for scholarships across the university. We encourage every single student to fill out a CAT scholarship application every single year. It opens October 1st. The priority filing date is February 1st. And then outside scholarship resources, I encourage every student in their senior year to spend a lot of time searching for scholarship. It's going to make school so much more affordable for you and get you out with less student loan debt. Talk to your high school guidance counselors. They are great resources for local scholarships within your community, such as service clubs, your Chamber of Commerce. There's also ROTC, and you have the internet at your fingertips. I encourage you to search for scholarships throughout your senior year. Some tips for searching for scholarships. Never pay to search for a scholarship. The only exception we found to this is MyScholarly. We feel it's worth the $3 to use that search engine for scholarships. Scholarships aren't a one-time deal. Continue to apply. Don't let one rejection stop you from applying for additional scholarships. And be sure and tell your story. There's so much more to you than your GPA and your test scores. Talk about things you're involved in, leadership opportunities you've had in high school, why the donor should invest in you, and why you're the best person to receive the award. Really sell yourself and how you plan on giving back. So one scholarship myth that's out there we hear all the time is I don't qualify for any scholarships because, and we've heard every possible reason under the sun. And I just want to tell you there's thousands of scholarships out there. You just have to take the time to apply. You have to be willing to dedicate the time. It could be a part-time job for you your senior year, which already is really busy, but it can be really worth the investment. If you spend an hour filling out a scholarship application and you get $500, that you just made $500 in an hour's worth of time. On our website, there's a list of these examples that I give here. DoSomething.org is a great scholarship organization. You just have to do something and write about it, tell about it. But some examples have been the donate to the homeless shelter, or some students did a jean drive and donated the jeans they received to homeless teens in their community. Anything that you're passionate about, do something about it and write about it and submit it for scholarship opportunities. If you're a comedian, make a video telling jokes and submit it. There's scholarships for called Make Me Laugh. The list goes on and on. Those are just a few examples. I encourage you to get out there and search. Again, it makes your college career so much more affordable. So other financial resources, if your parent's not able to accept the Parent Plus loan, or you're trying to do this on your own, there are private loans out there. We have a comparison tool on our website under financial aid. If you look under loans, it's called Fast Choice, and it will compare private lenders and all of their terms. All private lenders are going to require a cosigner, so keep that in mind if you're looking at private loans. Just be sure and do your research and make sure that you're selecting the best terms and the best fit for you. Okay. And I want to talk about communication. All of our communication from the financial aid office and many other offices on campus is done to the student via email. So students, be sure you're checking your email. Never use your high school email as your MSU primary email, because once you graduate, that they shut that down and you won't have access to it. So make sure you're using a legitimate email, check your email and follow up on it. Financial aid only will email you if we're giving you important information or we need something from you. And so following up on that will make things run smoother when you're starting school in the fall. And then there's the FERPA. This is the Family Educational Rights to Privacy Act. This basically says once you turn 18, we cannot talk to anybody about your financial aid or your student bill. So this is really important for parents to know. If they call our office and want to talk about your financial aid, unless you've given us authorization, we cannot talk to them about your financial aid or your bill. So if they call student accounts office and say, I want to write a check for my student's bill, how much is it? We aren't allowed to tell them that. So we encourage every incoming freshman to fill out an authorization to release private information form. It's shared between financial aid and student accounts. We can only talk about your bill and your financial aid, and I encourage students, let your parents help you weave through this web of the financial world, at least your first year. That gives you time to get accustomed to living on campus, attending classes, and meeting new friends. Let your parents help you with that. So that form is on our website under montana.edu. Go to the financial aid page under form. It's the very first form listed. It's authorization to release private information. And I'm going to turn it over to Keith Hamburg for the financial education, from the Financial Education Office.
Thanks, Barb. Good afternoon, future Bobcats. As Barb said, my name is Keith Hamburg. I'm a senior financial coach in the office. of Financial Education here at Montana State. And while I work very closely with Barb and her team in financial aid, I'm in a different office. We're part of the Alan Yarnell Center for Student Success. So what we do in the Office of Financial Education, as you can see on the screen, our office is located in the basement of the sub, right next to the bowling alley. We certainly miss seeing you all in person, but happy to have the opportunity to talk to you today. So what can we do for you? We could talk to you about student loan accounts and repayment plans. You might say, well, Keith, why do I need to worry about repayment? I haven't even started college yet. So that's a great question, and it's a legitimate concern. I would also tell you that in the Office of Financial Education, we want you to know about your debt right away. So you can take as little as possible. As Barb touched on, scholarship searching, number one important. If you're going into your senior year in high school, CAT scholarship will open up in November. If you've been accepted to Montana State University as an incoming freshman in the fall of 2021, you can absolutely apply for that. And then we help you with the FAFSA process, whether it's reapplying on October 1st like Barb talked about, or whether it is going through verification steps to get your financial aid in place. And of course, your general financial topics of budgeting, credit, savings, and basic paying for school. We do workshops, classroom visits. There's our contact information. There'll be another screen with my personal contact information. Happy to visit with you in the environment we're in now, via WebEx or via phone is just fine. So looking ahead for financial success, again, I've already touched on this a little bit, but, and Barb said it earlier, but if you start school this fall, 6-7 weeks into college, you have to apply for FAFSA again. It's a yearly application. So we will help you apply for FAFSA for what would be your sophomore year. If you're in high school or going into your senior year, we want you to apply for it as soon after October 1st, but definitely beat that priority consideration deadline at MSU of December 1st, which you see there on the screen. And then again, repeating myself, but CAT scholarship opens November 1st. Priority deadline is February 1st. I try to teach my clients, even though the application's open until May 1st, you have to beat that priority consideration deadline of February 1st. Again, if you're in high school, you can still apply for what would be your freshman year. And then, of course, building a successful college budget. Make an appointment with us at any time, and we'll run through those numbers. As Barb pointed out, direct costs versus indirect costs. So we can help you with that checklist in the Office of Financial Education. And then, out in the virtual world, take a picture of this with your phone, take a screenshot, whatever you can do. But that is me at the top. I'm Keith Hamburg, Senior Financial Coach. There's my email. There's my coworker, the program manager, and a financial coach herself, Jennifer White-Dobbs. There's our phone number. And again, even if you are not an MSU student, we are happy to have a one-on-one coaching appointment with you to talk about your situation. So with that, I'll invite Barb back in, and Anders is going to come up, and hopefully there's some questions out there in the virtual world. Right, Barb?
There have been, yeah. Thank you. Thank
Absolutely.
you. Keith, when you said that was you up top, I thought the piggy bank was you.
Oh, yeah, fair enough. Yeah, well, I have that piggy bank downstairs, the cat pig.
The cat pig, yeah. So there's some good questions that have come in regarding the content that you all presented on. This is a good question that I think a lot of students wish they would have known a more thorough answer to when they first started college career or beyond. Do I have to accept everything that I'm offered through FAFSA?
You do
Great
not.
question, isn't it?
That is a really great question.
So good.
You do not have to accept everything. Your Pell Grant, if you're awarded Pell Grant, is automatically accepted for you because we're not going to let you turn down free money. That's just not smart advice. But you don't have to accept all of your loans. We encourage you to borrow the least amount you need to get through the year. You can borrow just your subsidized loan and nothing else. It's completely up to you. If you only need $1,000 to help pay for your books, you can accept as little or as much as you want.
Awesome.
Can I add one thing to that,
By all
Anders?
means.
The one thing, and maybe I should have made it a slide, but in talking with my clients and my coworkers, the one silver lining with COVID is student loan interest rates for, and again, I know I might be, the audience might be a lot of seniors in high schools, but the silver lining of the COVID situation is student loans, both the subsidized and the unsubsidized loan, are going to historically low interest rates. 2.75%. As an example, this past school year, 1920, was at 4.53.
Wow.
Do I know a year from now if our interest rates are going to be higher? I don't. But I would also tell you that if you think you may have to borrow some money, take some student loans, this isn't a bad time to do it. Would you agree, Barb?
I totally agree, yeah.
Awesome. Thank you. That was an awesome answer. Does FAFSA cover my housing and book costs, or can it at least go into them?
Yes, so we award FAFSA awards up to your cost of attendance, which includes tuition and fees, room and board, books, as well as a miscellaneous budget. So your award will cover all of that. It's up to you if you accept enough to cover those things.
Okay.
Just because of the different types of loans, subsidized, unsubsidized students, parent loan, parent, Pell Grant, students' money. But that's a misconception of like, no, why aren't my books covered? Well, it depends if what you took covers your whole bill too.
So those two questions kind of play into each other.
Yeah.
Do I have to accept everything, kind of know what to
Yeah.
accept?
Absolutely.
If you want to have enough money, if you have no other savings and you want to have enough money to cover your housing and your books, you need to accept all of your aid. So
Awesome. Let's see here. Keith, I heard you mention this one, but this is always a good thing to circle back on because it's so vitally important. Is FAFSA renewable, or is it something that that has to be redone every semester? That's an interesting way to ask that question.
not every semester, every year. So the FAFSA is good for 1 year, so you just have to renew it every October 1st. Between October 1st and December 1st, you'll have to renew that, but it's good for 1 year.
Okay.
I would also add, and Barb knows this, that financial aid can apply to summer school, but, and I don't know if every university is the same, kind of assume they are, but at Montana State, if you want to use some of your aid that may have gone unused during the fall, spring semester, you can. You just have to go to Barb's office and do something called a summer supplemental. Pell Grant can apply, loans can apply, but that's
Unless you use them all.
Exactly, that's only if you, so it's not a new FAFSA for the summer, but you do have to do the one step, which is called a summer supplemental at Barb's office in financial aid.
Okay, I'm going to ask a question. I'm going to ask a question that's not on the tablet right now. So if I'm a student, going back to the very first question, let's say I accepted everything that was offered to me because I think I'm going to use it for my summer semester or my summer session. If I don't end up taking summer session classes, how do I account for what I didn't end up using, if that makes sense?
I get what you're getting at. So summer is the end of our academic year.
Exactly.
So this current summer that we're in, this is part of 1920, the 1920 FAFSA. So really the summer, you're using whatever's left over. So let's use an example. Fall, spring, for the academic year, fall, spring, you were awarded $5,500, you only accepted $2,000. That means you have $3,500 that you're still eligible for that you can use for summer.
Right.
Awesome.
Okay? If you accepted all $5,500 and were awarded it all paid out to your account for fall, spring, you would have zero left for summer.
Right.
So if you're planning on attending summer, kind of try and save some of your fall, spring award.
Awesome. Perfect. Let's see. Barb, you talked about some of the kind of like the third-party scholarships, the one about if you're a comedian and writing jokes. Is there a one-stop shop where students can go and find kind of like a warehouse of all of these different awards?
Not really.
Yeah.
Search scholarships
Yeah.
online. I see a lot of them pop up on Pinterest. If any of you
Right.
are on Pinterest,
Oh,
you
good to
can
know.
Google search all of them as well. We'll have on our website some suggested search engines. A lot of bank lenders,
Right.
such as Discover, Wells Fargo, a lot of those bigger lenders, Sallie Mae, they also have scholarship search engines. Even though you think of them for student loans, they also offer scholarships as well. So
Great.
best thing to do is Google it. Just be wary of anything that, if they're asking you to pay $100 to apply for a scholarship, just keep on looking.
Right.
Yeah.
Anders and Barb touched on it, but the civic organizations, those are the ones that are most, that are applied for the least, excuse me. So if you're listening from Colorado and you live in Boulder, look at the Lions Club there. Look at the Kiwanis Club or the Elks Club. Don't overestimate a $500 scholarship. Oh, that's not enough. Well, that could buy your books for a semester or two. So, and also I would throw in a pitch for mus.edu is Montana University System. Montana State University is a flagship school within that system, but they have a pretty good search tool, both inside scholarships and outside sources. So, but you know, with Google at your fingertips, be careful, don't pay, but.
Yeah, and talk to your guidance counselors because I'll give an example here in Bozeman. We have this little tiny paint shop downtown, and they're just had a thing. They offer every year. They offer a scholarship to an incoming student. So
$2,000.
yeah. So don't second guess those little businesses and big businesses in your community. A lot of them, a lot of car dealerships, power company. A lot of businesses offer scholarships. That's when you need to touch base with your guidance counselor because they should have information on those.
Yeah. I love what you all are saying, and in working with students as I think students kind of go for the biggest bang for their buck. I want to apply for one scholarship and hopefully it covers everything.
Right.
Well, those $500 scholarships, they can pay for books.
And we do have a handful of students every year that they have so much scholarship money, it exceeds their cost of attendance. So they're profiting from going to college.
Right.
Be that student.
Yeah, exactly.
Be that student.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We want a bunch of those.
Let's see, this is a great question. Can FAFSA be resubmitted if a student or family income changes after it's already been submitted
No.
initially?
No.
No,
Okay.
but.
But there's a but.
Yeah.
So we have a process called special conditions just for that. So for the 2021 academic year, you're using your 2018 taxes. Life happens. There's unfortunately deaths, there's divorce, there's loss of jobs, there's medical conditions that increase your out-of-pocket expenses. Life happens, we know that. So we have a process called special conditions. It is done through our office by live people. It's not just run through a computer looking for the right algorithm. So if you have that situation, then you can contact our office and we can take a look and see if this is the right process for you, because if you're already getting your full Pell Grant, it's not going to do anything for you, and we can walk you through the process. So it's called special conditions, and just contact our office to do that.
Perfect. Let's see, there was another one that I thought played into that. Oh, here, yeah, this is it. Will our family qualify for more through FAFSA for this, our second child, than we did for our first child?
Possibly, yes. So
Depends, but good question.
it does depend. It's a very good question. So the EFC that you're given that determines how much need-based aid that you're going to get, such as Pell Grant, that is a really long 35-page calculation that looks at household size and income. So how many people in your household, how many of those people are in college? It also looks at things like your assets, your parents' age, and how close they are to retirement, because we certainly don't want them to fork over their entire retirement to send their kids to college. So it looks at a lot of different features. So yes, it's very possible that having a second child in college will increase that EFC, or decrease the EFC and increase your need-based aid Pell Grant eligibility.
Okay. My parents are going to help me pay for school. Beyond that, I'm on my own financially. What sort of resources are available at MSU to help me learn how to be smart with money throughout college?
Thanks, Barb.
Keith is your best resource.
Yeah, well, I appreciate that. I think my office is the best resource, but I mean, not every university has a financial coach who will sit down with you and not only talk about FAFSA and not only talk about how to pay for school. And by the way, even if your parents were paying for school, in order to qualify for the most scholarships, you got to submit a FAFSA. Remember, we've already said numerous times today, you do not have to take the loans. Just because they were offered to you, you do not have to take them. So yeah, absolutely. In my office, myself and my coworker, we sit down and we do anything from credit to budgeting, to helping you find a job at hireabobcat.com. That's our website through our career services office, which my office is part of. So we can help you find a job on campus, off campus, seasonal. So yeah, we have that resource. And again, I'll meet with you your senior year of high school. It's not a problem at all.
Fabulous. This is a good one because I think I can understand why this would be confusing for somebody who's not familiar with our setup at MSU. Is financial aid where I pay my bill?
Oh, great question.
That is a great question, and so many people think that, but no. You pay your bill through student accounts, which is directly above us. So they're in Montana Hall as well, room 121, but you can pay your bill online as well.
Great. And I wrote just a note down while I was off stage, and I was hoping, right before this session, we heard from Dean Kairos, and he was talking about FERPA. And what I was engaging in a conversation with him about is that FERPA is not universal. And I just was wondering if you guys could talk a little bit about kind of what the specific FERPA is having to do with financial versus conduct or beyond.
So, yes. Every office pretty much has their own FERPA and what they're allowed to talk about. For financial aid, we do share it with student accounts because those two things overlap so much. So student accounts, financial aid, we can talk only about what your bill is and what your financial aid looks like, and if there's any problems, anything related to financial aid. We can't talk about enrollment, we can't talk about grades. So we can't ever tell a parent, oh, Johnny dropped to 6 credits so he could ski all winter, and then he got a D in chemistry. We can't talk about anything to do with that. We can only talk about your bill and your financial aid.
Cool.
So in the Office of Financial Education, I kind of wish we shared a FERPA with the other two offices, but we don't. So if a parent calls me and says, Keith, I need to know what the cost of attendance is, I can answer that question. But if I'm sitting down with a student and they say, hey, I want to call my mom and dad and talk to them about these student loans, if I'm giving specifics about that student, I need the student to fill out a FERPA, and then I can tell the parent, yes, what Billy is looking at is X, Y, and Z. If I'm talking in generals, how much the school costs, what does a dependent student get in financial aid, I can give that information without FERPA. But in terms of specifics, if a parent calls me and says, Keith, I want you to tell me how much my student has in student loans, I can't give that information out unless the student has told me it's okay to do so.
And the same is for financial aid. We can always talk in general terms. We can talk everything about the Parent Plus loan because that's a loan in the parent's name, as long as it's the parent who's applied for the Parent Plus loan.
Right.
And we can talk in general terms, but we can't give specifics. We can't tell you, oh, your student got an $8,000 achievement scholarship without the student's permission.
This is a learning experience for everyone. I don't know if I knew that it was not subject related. It's literally every office, not just there's a financial, there's a this.
Yes.
It's every office. Good to know. Good to know. Let's see, I am certainly not a financial pro, but this is another thing that, Barb, I want to circle back. This isn't a question that came in, but I think it's really important. When you were talking about some of those scholarships, don't pay to play, you know, kind of look for that. That's one of the things that we hear about in our office a lot, and maybe you have some further insight into this. We always really harp on students that it is the free application for federal student aid. If you find a link to FAFSA that makes you pay for it.
And it's a .com.
It goes against what the entire program is all about. So I wondered if you kind of have some tips or tricks to get around those.
.gov.
.gov.
Yeah, .gov.
Yep.
Either FAFSA.gov or studentaid.gov. Go to either one of those. If you do FAFSA.com, which is just kind of rolls right off the fingers, you will be charged to do the application. And so oftentimes it's a scam and we don't ever actually receive the FAFSA application. So make sure you're doing .gov.
.gov.
You said it, Anders. That first word is free.
Yeah.
It is a free
application
application
for federal student aid.
Yeah.
We shorten it to FAFSA, but that free word, that first F is free.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, gang, those are our questions. Those are the ones that came in. So I want to thank you both. This is such a hugely important aspect, not only for students, but for parent and family members. Your college career is a balanced one, and those rights and responsibilities have a financial aspect to them. So I really do appreciate you all coming in and offering some insight on services and just, again, those tips and tricks that students need to know about. This is fabulous. So thank you so much.
Thanks for having us.
Sanders.
So everybody who's out there, our next session is going to be with representatives from our Office of Residence Life. That'll be coming up here in just a few minutes. So again, thank you for tuning in. We appreciate your time today, and we'll see you just after a little bit with Residence Life. Welcome back, everybody, to Living on Campus. Today, we're going to be talking about residence life and culinary services at Montana State University. Our panel of speakers today consists of James Tobin from the Office of Residence Life, Mike Kasevich from Dining Services, and Magic Mitch Holman, who's one of our student ambassadors. So I'm going to get off stage and let them take the reins, and I hope to see you in the Q&A session.
Perfect.
Tobin.
Thanks, Anders, very much. We appreciate you all joining us this afternoon, and we're happy to share with you some of our information regarding residence life and living on campus. As Anders said, we have a few people here today to share some information about living on campus as well as dining on campus. And hopefully today, through the next 45 minutes to an hour, we'll be able to answer all of your questions and provide some additional information for you about living on campus. One of the things that we would like to highlight is that while we pride ourselves in offering a variety of options, one of the things that we hope you understand is that we are willing to work with students and parents regardless of their situation and try to individualize their experience while living on campus. I've been at the university for about 13 years now, and I'm currently the Associate Director for Residence Life and work with our department in assignments and applications and all of our marketing. So we're happy to welcome you today, and I'm going to turn over to Mike Kasevich, who's going to talk a little bit about dining on campus.
Hi, everyone. My name is Mike Kasevich, and I'm the Associate Director for Culinary Services. I'm going to kind of go over real quick some of the overview of culinary services. Before I do that, I just want to let you know I've been here for 26 years, originally from Buffalo, New York, for any of those that might be from the East Coast out there. So welcome, and I hope you enjoy our presentation a little bit. So I'm going to start off a little bit with kind of an overview of culinary services. So we are a self-operated organization. And what does that mean? That means we don't have any contracts. We're not a contract company from like Aramark or Marriott. So that gives us a little bit more freedom to offer more concepts, more choices, and listen to the students' feedback, and to add things and change things on a more regular basis to meet our students' needs, which we're really proud of. And then we do kind of a cook to order. And what that means is it's not steam lines and food is cooked and sits in thermals for hours on end. It's cooked fresh, it's readily available. We change it up on a regular basis so you get a much better, fresher product from what we are cooking. So we have dining halls, retail, catering, concessions, and we have our own, which we're proud of, our own bakery and commissary. Not a lot of colleges have that. We have our own bakery, which all of our breads, desserts, baked goods that you would see here on campus come from our own bakery, which we're very proud of. Indulge is the name of that operation here. We're also switching to dietary. We can accommodate dietary needs almost 95 to 98%, I'm going to say. So we have a dietitian on staff. Her name is Tara Jones, and she is willing to sit and talk and work with you, work through the menus, anything you need, whatever your dietary need is, she is willing to help out, and we can accommodate almost any of those. We do also in the dining halls, when you come in, or even at the sub-retail, we have iPads at every concept. So when you come in, if you look at the entree, the iPad has the entree name. You can click on that. It'll bring up all the nutritional information, all the sub-ingredients, the allergens, all of those things. So you have that information right in front of you. And we also offer what we call rack cards. When you walk into either Miller or Rendezvous, there'll be a card that would specify gluten-free, vegan, vegetarian, and it has a map of each of the dining halls on there and the areas where you can find those items. If you're in a hurry and you don't have time to really look around, it's a quick reference to help you find those items. So a variety of options to help anybody with dietary needs. Switching a little bit to kind of our Farm to Campus initiative, we're proud to say that we do about 25% local food, and a couple of those big, what we like to call anchors in that program would be our Steer a Year program. The Steer a Year program is us working with the Ag Department. We purchase about 30 head of steer a year from them that we then have processed and are serving in the dining halls or catering. And then one of our other big ones, if you could see, it says 4-H partnership. That started about 4 or 5 years ago, and what we've been able to do is travel around the state, going to the fairs, and we are bidding and buying 4-H pigs, and then again having them processed and served throughout culinary. Last year we did about 52, and so we're hoping again this year with everything that's going on. I know a lot of those have changed a little bit, the fairs, but we're hoping to still get online and participate in some of those options, so we're hoping to keep that going. Some of our partners have been Root Cellar Foods, which is located here in Belgrade. They work with all the farmers around the area, so they process, clean, and bag up and put all of our fresh produce ready to go for us. Any of our salad bars and different fresh vegetables you'll see from them. Wilcoxon's Ice Cream, which is out of Livingston, Montana, very famous ice cream. Bausch Potato out of Whitehall, which has been a partner, I think, for over 50 years. And then Tumblewood Teas is another great partner of ours out of Big Timber. And so we're proud to have a lot of these local companies that we work with all the time, and we're always adding more and always trying to find new items to add. We've gotten into beehives. Last year we started our first beehive, and hopefully we'll expand that also in the dining hall. Probably in the coffee shops will be the first place that you see the honey show up. So we're very proud of that. So kind of digging in a little bit into the dining halls. So we have two dining halls, Miller and Rendezvous. Miller was remodeled in 2015, and then Rendezvous was built brand new and opened in 2018. Both places are concept type dining, meaning that they have stations that you go into. So you'll have, Miller has a Mongolian grill, full Mongolian grill that you can go up to, pick your vegetables, your sauces, your meat, and it's cooked to order. Both places have rotisserie, wood-fired pizza. We have a pasta station in Rendezvous. We have smoothies in Rendezvous. Both have a full coffee and espresso bar in both areas. Pasta, trying to think what else. We have what we call a home style, and that's going to be your prime ribs, meatloaf, mashed potatoes, anything like that, comfort foods. We have our grill, burgers, chicken fries. We have a variety of options in both dining halls, which we're very proud of. Real quick, sorry, excuse me for jumping around a little bit. Just for hours, I just wanted to talk about hours real quick. We're open this fall. We will be open, just a correction I'm noticing on this. This fall, we will be open 7 to 8:30, Monday through Friday, and then 7 to 7 on the weekends. In 2021, it would go back to the 7 to 7 every day, and then Miller being open till 10 o'clock on weeknights. So I just wanted to point that out real quick. Both dining halls have been nationally recognized. We have won awards for both Miller and Rendezvous as the best new concept for each of those places, recognized by our peers across the country for those concepts. We're very proud of that too. Kind of real quick, meal plans, kind of self-explanatory, 5-day, 7-day. Really, it's unlimited access, which is a big plus. So you can come in 1 or 100 times a day, swipe your card as many times as you want coming in. Obviously 5 days a week or 7 days a week. Really the big difference would be also whether you get Cat Cash or not have Cat Cash on your meal plan. And that the Cat Cash can be used around campus at different operations. So I know that's kind of a quick one, not much really to say there. And then the retail dining, kind of to finish up, back to the Cat Cash, we have retail operations. We have 3 coffee shops around campus, 4. And then we also have concessions and the sub-retail that you can use your Cat Cash at. And you can see we have Greek, sushi, we have pasta and pizza, and different varieties for you to use that Cat Cash here on campus. So we've kind of I know that was a quick kind of run through of dining options. I'll be around to answer some questions later, but I just want to give you a quick overview of everything. Thank you.
Hey everybody, my name's Mitchell. I'm one of our student housing ambassadors here on campus. This coming fall will be my 3rd year, so I will be a junior. I've been involved in residence life since last summer, but I've really been a very big part of it as a desk clerk on campus and then as one of our student housing ambassadors. So I'm gonna give a quick overview of our residence life operations, and then I will go into our residence halls after that. So we do have 10 residence hall communities on campus and about 110 resident advisors. And our resident advisors live on almost every single floor on campus. They're a great resource for students. They plan and promote multiple activities a month during the school year. We will be having about 4,400 residents on campus this year, and we do have a first-year live-on requirement, so we do require that for the first 2 semesters you are living on campus with us. Some living options that we require or that we offer to you students. We have living learning communities, so we have a business floor in our South Hedges residence hall, and the business floor is going to be for like those economics, finance majors. Then we have creative arts, so for all our music people out there, arts people, arts and architecture, we find a place for them on the creative arts floor. We have an emerging leaders floor for our leadership degree people. So we offer a leadership class here at Montana State, and those people will be living on the same floor together, and then they go through that class together throughout the year. We have a couple different engineering floors on campus, so for all of you engineering people out there, we have a couple different floors across campus that you can stay at. For the honors floors, we do require that you are in the honors college in order to apply for one of those honors floors. Sense of place is one of our floors that we offer for students who don't necessarily know what major they want to go into, so there's a lot of exploration involved with living on that floor. And then well-being in Yellowstone is one of our floors for people who kind of want to like take care of themselves a little bit more. So they do a lot of yoga, a lot of meditation, stuff like that. And then I'll discuss our mixed gender housing a little bit later in the presentation. So on to our first residence hall, we have North Hedges. It is a co-ed building with about 650 students. It is connected to the Miller Dining Commons, so during the winter when it's nice and cold outside, you don't have to go outside. You can just walk down in your pajamas, which I find is super nice. We also offer the ResNet Help Desk, and I will speak a little bit later on that. And then as of this last spring, we do have a new kitchen in the basement of North Hedges, which we are very proud of. In South Hedges, it is also a co-ed building with about 600 students. We offer a ski wax room and a kitchen in South Hedges, and it is also connected to Miller Dining Commons, which is super nice. In the lobby of South Hedges, we also have a branch center of our Alan Yarnell Center for Student Success. So for people who are needing help academically with tutoring, or maybe you need help with like resume building, we offer that service nice and close to where you're living, so you don't have to walk to the sub. Onto the little fidget spinner down there in the corner, you can see Roski Hall. Roski Hall is uniquely designed to each of the rooms are shaped kind of like a pie. You don't lose any square space with that, but it does make for a bit more social of a hall. All of the doors and the pods open up to each other, so you can say hi to your neighbors when you're in your bed and stuff like that. Roski is a co-ed building with about 400 students. We do offer a ski wax room and a kitchen in Roski as well. Under the Residence Life Apartments, they are also a co-ed housing option that we offer for our 21 plus sophomore and above and or transfer students. About 320 people live out there. It is apartment style housing, so you do have a full kitchenette to yourselves. There are single rooms and double rooms available there. And then there is still full staff and programming services, so they do still have RAs out in the RLA apartments. It is one of our residence halls, so same programming there. On to Langford Hall. It is our male-only residence hall on campus, and there's about 425 guys living over there. They did go through a very big remodel in 2012, so it is very nice. We do see that our students come back year after year because they do enjoy their time in Langford their freshman year. We also offer a ski wax room, a weight room, and a kitchen in Langford. Onto the Johnstone Center. There are 3 different wings in the Johnstone Center: Mullen, Coulter, and Pryor. The Mullen wing is co-ed and for our traditional freshmen, and about 140 students live over there. For the Pryor and Coulter wings, it is also co-ed, and it's for our 21 plus and sophomore and above students. We offer single and double rooms for Pryor and Coulter. There are also carpets and sinks, which is a super nice amenity in Pryor and Coulter, and about 258 students live in those wings. Onto one of our female-only residence halls, Hapner Hall. About 300 ladies live over there. It also went under a remodel in 2012. There are sinks in the rooms in Hapner, and there are also ski lockers available for Hapner Hall. Onto Hannon Hall, our second female-only residence hall, with again about 300 ladies living over there. There are also sinks in the rooms in Hannon Hall, and we also offer a weight room in Hannon Hall. A unique difference between Hannon and Hapner. Hapner has a centralized kitchen area, and in Hannon, there are little kitchenettes on each of the floors that your students can use. Onto the quads, this is our honors college living option. It is a co-ed building with about 24 residents per quad, adding up to about 130 students total. Like I said, it's the honors college, and you'll see that it's circled with the Hannon Hall. That's because they share an RA staff, so all of their programming is together. Onto the Headwaters Complex, this is one of our sophomore and above living options. About 200 students live over here. Gallatin Hall was constructed in 2013, and it is LEED Gold certified, which means that it doesn't use any more energy than it needs to. It is a co-ed building, and then I said that we were going to speak on Madison Hall a little earlier. I believe James Tobin is going to speak on this a little bit more.
Thanks, Mitchell. I just wanted to kind of briefly talk a little bit about our mixed gender housing option. As the person and liaison in our office that serves with our departments on campus and also with students who are looking at mixed gender housing, we just want to let students know that this option is in a suite style building. So everybody is in their own individual single bedroom, sharing a suite with 1, 2, or 3 other people as the rooms are configured in 2, 3, and 4 bedroom suites. Each of the suites offers its own private bathroom, and so some of them have a kind of a common area, a family room area, but this living option was created for students who don't really have any care or concern with who their roommate is or who their suite mate is. So because they're all single gender bedrooms, we don't assign these suites with gender in mind. And so regardless of gender, regardless of friends, regardless of suite mate requests, we're putting all of the students into this building to kind of create a mixed environment. If you have any questions regarding this, you can contact our office and we'd be happy to talk in more depth or answer any specific questions that we might have for your specific situation. Otherwise, I'll turn it over to Mitchell to kind of finish this up.
Thank you, Tobin. On to Yellowstone Hall, which was built in 2016. It is one of our newer residence halls. We have 400 students living over there. It is also LEED Gold certified. We offer single, double, and semi-suite living options, and the semi-suite rooms are 2 double rooms that share a combined bathroom, so it's 4 people sharing a bathroom. We also offer ski lockers in Yellowstone Hall and enclosed bike storage. And on to Highlight Hall, which will be our newest residence hall, which will be constructed and finished for this upcoming fall. With 510 primarily freshman students living over there, it is a co-ed building. We offer single, double, and triple living options, which we're super excited about that triple living option. There will be 2-story open concept lounges, which you can see in these pictures. I'll show some more pictures here. We also offer secure bike storage and secure ski storage in Highlight Hall, which will be consistent with what Yellowstone Hall offers. And on to some residence hall services. So for your safety and security, we do have restricted access to each of the residence halls 24/7. So if you live in Highlight Hall, only you can access Highlight Hall. Your friends who live in Langford would have to be let in by you in order to go there. We do ask that guests are accompanied by a resident of their residence hall at all times when in the building. And then we also ask that guests check in at the front desk between the periods of 10 p.m. and 7 a.m. just so we have so we know who is in our building overnight. And then we do have a 24/7 staff on call, so all of the front desks are staffed 24/7. There will always be an RA that you can talk to if you have any problems or concerns. And yeah. And then Tobin's going to talk a little bit more on our Grad Guard renters insurance.
We have partnered for the last few years with a specific preferred vendor on renters insurance. And we find this incredibly important for our students and our families, not knowing what could happen. We look at the residence hall and the room that the residents are living in, very similarly to the way that you would look at a contract or a lease renting an apartment or renting or leasing a house. And so our hope is that students and families will have this discussion, that if renter's insurance is not part of your homeowner's insurance or some other form of insurance that you are currently on, that you'll look at GradGuard as a preferred vendor for renter's insurance. And if it's not GradGuard, some other company that can do it. We've done all of the work for you, essentially, kind of letting you know that this company will offer comprehensive coverage. They have kind of the deductible at a fairly low rate with a fairly low premium at $11 per month. And so it is part of the application process. You don't have to purchase it at time of completion of the application to live on campus. However, it's just kind of a reminder for families and students to know that there are sometimes unexpected things that happen, either with the facility or with theft or damage or things that happen throughout the year that are unexpected. And we want families and students to have that discussion prior to arriving on campus in August. So again, if you have questions, there's a webpage specific to GradGuard and renters insurance on our website that you can find additional information and again, contact the company for additional questions or concerns that you might have. Thank you. Thanks,
James, for speaking a little bit more on that. A couple more things. We have our residential networking, or ResNet. As I mentioned earlier, North Hedges has a service desk open for residents 6 days a week. If you have any problems with your laptop or your iPhone or your phone, excuse me, if you have any issues with any of your devices connecting to the internet, ResNet would be the people who would be able to help you with this. They do consultation on any and all computer questions or mobile device questions. And then just some free software that we do offer to all students, all of the Adobe Creative Cloud stuff, so Photoshop, video editing, we offer all of that to our students. We also offer a cloud storage service called Box, super good service or super good storage service that we offer. We also offer free McAfee virus protection for your computers. And then we also offer the whole Microsoft Office suite, so Word, PowerPoint, all that good stuff. And then the residence hall application, so housing priority date is March 1st, so as long as we prefer that you finish your housing application before March 1st to get that kind of priority housing. Assignments are made in order of application complete date, so the sooner that you complete your application, the better. There is a $300 non-refundable housing prepayment that goes towards your housing charge in the fall. So $300 ends up getting taken off. We do offer hall preferences and roommate requests on the application. And then that application is through our Residence Life website. One more thing to note is that it is a year-long contract, so you do stay with us all the way through the spring semester. So here we have some of our resources. Both of our offices can be called at the phone number 406-994-2661. We are located in person below Miller Dining Commons. You can see our email here, our website, and our Facebook for both our Residence Life and culinary services. Thank you, guys.
Okay, thank you, team. So we've left a good bit of time for some Q&A, and I'm glad that we have left as much time as we have because this has been a popular one. There's a whole bunch of questions that have come in. One thing that is not a question, Mitchell, you mentioned earlier that you liked one of the dining halls because you can go down in your pajamas. I've had the pleasure of knowing Mitchell for several years now. He is a professional napper, so I can understand why he was excited about that. So these questions kind of cover the whole array of topics that have been covered throughout. One of the very first things that came up, Mike, when you were speaking is, am I allowed to take food from the dining halls up to my room?
You can take some items. We don't allow full meals to go out, but we do allow an ice cream, cookies, desserts, anything that you can basically hold in your hand as you're walking out. But we don't allow full sandwiches or a full meal to go out. So it is limited, and yes, you can take a few things out.
Great. You sort of spoke about this as well. What are my options if I have severe food allergies or dietary restrictions, but I do want to live on campus?
So we have a registered dietitian on campus. Her name's Tara Jones. She will sit down and work with you and go through whatever it is your needs are. And we can go through menus, options. We have we have coolers and different areas around each of the dining hall that offer allergen-free foods or specific allergen-free foods. We also can plate up and prepare meals separately for students if that's an option that you would like. So there are many options that we have to work with you on those, whatever their dietary need would be.
Great. Yeah. Let me see here. Are there any residence halls that tend to have more returning students than others? And I think what they're trying to get at here is students who have lived in a hall 1 year and want to come back to that same hall again because of the experience.
Yeah, great question. I guess what I would say is that we have somewhere between 900 and 1,000 students that return to us from year to year with an occupancy of about 4,400. It's about a quarter of our students return on campus, and they're kind of all over. Obviously, the majority of them are going to be in Res Life apartments, which is sophomore and above transfer students only, or Headwaters, which is minus Madison, but Jefferson and Gallatin Halls being the two other buildings that are primarily sophomore and above. And then the other area that we see a lot of our returners will be Johnstone, so Pryor and Coulter wings of that building. But for the most part, there will be returners in all of our buildings, spread throughout campus and kind of intermingled with other students. A lot of them have single rooms because they've been able to kind of preference that on their application or have a preferred roommate from their previous year.
Great. This is a very broad question, but I'm just going to go with it. What is needed for dorm rooms?
That's a great question. It really, I think depending on how much stuff you can fit in a 12 by 16, foot box, for 2 people or 3 people, I think it really depends on preference. What I can tell you is that all of our rooms come with a twin extra long bed that is loftable in all of our residence halls, a desk and a chair, and then some sort of mixture of whether that's built-in casework with closets, whether it's drawers and cabinet space. All of that is provided in the room. And then from there, we just ask students to bring items that they would basically decorate their room with to make it warm and inviting. Whatever posters and images and things that they can bring to kind of spice up the room a little bit, and not necessarily bring their entire house to the room. Mitchell, I don't know if you have anything to add. You've lived in the halls for a little bit of time.
I would say bring some shower sandals.
Shower sandals, always good. Always good to have. Mitchell, so you've had this experience. Did you do any sort of outreach to your roommates? Like when you were moving into the residence halls, did you do any outreach ahead of time to sort of coordinate, hey, I have this, can you bring whatever? Can you kind of speak to that?
So I lived on campus for 2 years. I lived my sophomore year in the same room that I lived my freshman year. Cool. So both years I did do some outreach to my roommates. My first year, I think I ended up bringing the fridge, and he brought a futon, and he also brought a TV, which I thought was super generous on his end. But yeah, so just reaching out with your roommates and kind of communicating with them, seeing who wants to buy what, is always a super good thing for those bigger ticket items.
You just mentioned a refrigerator. Mike, I asked you that question that was asked earlier about having food allergies and dietary restrictions. If a student doesn't have their own refrigerator, are there any accommodations through residence life that they can have one if they need to store their own food for dietary purposes?
Yeah, so if they have self-disclosed that they have a need for a refrigerator in the room for medical reasons, accommodation reasons, dietary reasons, we will provide a refrigerator in the room at no cost. We do also offer rentals for refrigerators and microfridges, which is essentially a combination of a microwave with a refrigerator and a freezer. So a number of different options that students can sign up for, but if there is a dietary need or an accommodation, just put it on the application and we'll work with the family after that.
Great. Am I allowed to use real money if I run out of cat cash?
So our systems,
pretty broad there too.
Yeah, I guess it would depend on some of the areas. So we can tell you that for the most part, our laundry operation, our WEPA printing service, trying to think of anything else, those would probably be the only two that primarily and only use cat cash. So you can deposit that cash, your like real money, through our cashier's office, and they can put that money onto your cat card as cat cash. Everything else, Mike, in the dining halls?
Yeah, if you were coming to the dining halls or the sub or any of the concession stands, you could use cash or credit card or cat cash, whatever you wanted to use, yeah.
Great.
Yep.
Do you also want to talk about the process of, so again, if you run out of cat cash, how to just reload that if it's not physical cash, how you can go about doing that?
Yeah, so there's a nifty phone on your app that we have you download when you come to campus. It's called Get, and basically you can link your bank account or debit card or something like that onto that app, and then it will transfer that money from your bank account onto your cat card. I think the minimum transfer is $5. I never transferred more than $5. I just kept on reloading it when I needed that money for laundry and the WEPA printing service. Yeah, it's a pretty nifty little app.
Great, great. Let's see here. What type of events do residence halls participate in to build community?
Yeah, I'll kind of talk briefly about it and then pass it to Mitchell to kind of add some personal experiences. We have 110 RAs on campus, and all of them have expectations to put on programs throughout the year for all of their residents, whether that's for their floor or whether that's for the building. We also have a number of organizations. Each of our halls has a hall council or a hall government that puts on programs throughout the year, and then through various numbers of partnerships on campus with the Office of Student Engagement, a number of our LLC programs with academic colleges. So there's always activities going on. And one of the things that we strive to do within the first 3 to 6 weeks of the semester is provide enough active programs that students can meet others on the floor, in the building, and on campus. And so through a number of those varieties, students are always able to find something to do, whether that's relaxing in the lobby or whether that's engaging outside in some sort of active program. But Mitchell, you've probably been part of several of them.
Yeah, so I was on my Hall Council in South Hedges my freshman year. I think a super fun thing that we did a big tug of war between each of the floors. So it was like a super big tournament, who had the best, strongest floor as far as tug of war goes. I've also been part of events where we just sit in the lobby and paint flower pots and then pot flowers. So yeah, there's a very large variety of stuff on campus. I know each of our residence halls has one big ticket event every single year. For South Hedges, that's usually the Bobcat talent show. Bobcat's Got Talent. We have the Hapner Formal, where you can get super dressed up and super nice and take your crush out on a date, something like that. So yeah, there's always something to do in the residence halls.
And I can speak to this as well. When I moved into the residence halls for my freshman year, my roommate was my best friend from growing up. And so that sense of building a bigger community was really important, because it would have been pretty easy for us to say, sort of isolated in our own social circles. But the residence halls were a really good experience for us, just in terms of meeting new people and kind of expanding that circle of friends. So,
Anders, if I could add on to that, I guess certainly. I would just say, one of the things that our department prides ourselves on is our parents are equally as important in this journey as our students' experience. And one of the things that, as a director of our department, we want people to understand is, if there is a concern from the parents that the student isn't engaging, or the student is homesick, or the student can't find anything to do, there is always something going on. I think Mitchell can attest to it, Anders can attest to it, that there is always something to do. And whether it's not in the residence halls, or it's on campus, or some sort of event happening, just by the parents contacting us, we'd be happy to work with them. And we want that experience for the students to be equally as important as the parents kind of sending their student off to college. So yeah, just kind of know that we are there to support everybody.
Yeah. This question is it's sort of all over the place, but I'm going to kind of try and dig into what they're getting at. If you live in a residence hall that isn't necessarily right next door to your academic building, and your academic building is closer to a dining hall, like, are you assigned a dining hall? Can you go wherever you want?
Sure. No, you can go into any of the dining halls. You're not assigned if you live in North and South Hedges. Miller is connected right to both of those, but that doesn't mean that's where you have to eat every day. You can go to Rendezvous, Miller, either one, whatever you want to do, whatever's closest to you, more convenient with classes. So no, you are not restricted to the dining hall that happens to be closest to your resident hall. Yeah.
Might impact if you can go in your pajamas, Mitchell, but just saying. So. Actually, this one is specifically for Mitchell as well. Does being an RA cover the cost of living or room and board expenses?
Yes, it does.
Okay. No bones about that one. Yes, it does. That's the answer. Okay. Let me see. Am I allowed to bring a car as a freshman?
So right now, the university does not have any restrictions in terms of class standing and bringing a vehicle to campus. What we would tell folks is that this is a personal family decision that needs to be made. There are a number of different ways to get around town. Roommates, friends on the floor, other people in the community that do bring cars, often share and carpool, and groups of floor residents go to Target together, or go to Walmart together, or go downtown. There's a number of different ways to get around. There is a limit on the type of parking permit that you can purchase through parking services. So you might not be able to park right next to the building, or that lot might be full, and you might have to park a little ways away from the residence hall that you live in. However, we would explore, or encourage you to explore, other options with a bike, the bus service, and whatever else is around in town.
Great. I believe that this question is specifically about housing, but Mike, I'm going to bring you in on this one as well. What sort of accommodations are there on campus for students with physical disabilities?
You start?
Yeah.
So both living and dining and...
Yeah, I'll speak specifically to the residence life area and let you know that we work closely with the Office of Disability Services. And so we have a wide inventory in almost all of our buildings, but we do have some buildings that don't have ADA accommodations. And we can speak with you individually through our office if you have questions or concerns about specific buildings. But we work with that office, Disability Services, in partnership. So they collect all the medical documentation. They make the recommendation to our office in terms of what accommodations need to be made, whether it's a single room, whether it's a private bathroom, whether there are other accessories that need to be made for the restroom and the shower facilities. So we've worked with a number of different situations over the last numbers of years very closely to ensure that our students, either physical disability or other, are accommodated in the residence halls specifically.
And I would say, I would echo what James said, same thing with the dining halls. We work with the Office of ADA very closely with any requests or anything like that, and try and accommodate as best we can with either dining hall for sure, yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
If I'm going to come and visit campus, am I able to A, tour the residence halls, and B, eat in the dining halls throughout the rest of the summer?
So for this summer, we unfortunately aren't able to offer tours of our residence halls for this summer. A lot of what has transpired over the past few months on campus has left us to prepare our buildings for the fall. And so right now, just in an effort to prepare the buildings, we don't offer tours in person in the halls and direct everybody to our website. We are continuing to add pictures and 360-degree room images to our website in terms of trying to give people as best of an opportunity. If at some point in the fall semester or spring we're able to offer tours, we'll be able to put that out there and let folks know that they can come to campus and see rooms.
So for right now, Miller Dining Hall is closed for the summer and will open back up in the fall. Rendezvous is open. There's just a retail operation in the front of Rendezvous that is open. If you came to Rendezvous, you wouldn't be able to see the whole entire building. You could look through the glass or come into the lobby and look, but you wouldn't be able to get a full tour at this point.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha, thank you. I guess safety is sort of a theme on this one too. What is the safety like in the residence halls and what procedures are in place?
Great question. I'll just start by saying that safety, security, both physical safety and mental safety and health and wellness is our #1 priority in our department. And we want to make sure that both our staff and our students are safe and that we do everything we can to put measures in place that students will follow and our guests and our staff will follow. And so as we talked about in the presentation, our residence halls are on a 24/7 hour restricted access, which means that you need a CAT card in order to get into the building. If you are coming into the building and you are not a resident of the building, there's a check-in process at the front desk that we ask all of our students and our guests to follow, where we log that information to know who's in our building at all times. Our desks are currently staffed 24/7, so there is always a student, staff member, or professional staff member at the front desk 7 days a week. And then we always have staff on call. So there's always a calling tree, there's always a chain of command in terms of if there is a concern, if there's a question, being able to call someone for that additional support. I would also reiterate that we work very, very closely with our University Police Department. And so they come in and they do a number of presentations with students at the beginning of the year. They train our staff, they train our student staff and our professional staff on an ongoing basis every year. And they are, they're there in a heartbeat because of their location being on campus. And so they work collaboratively with other police departments. But I would say that at any hour of any day, a student or a parent would be able to reach a staff member within residence life to let us know of a concern or complaint, or trying to check in on students if there's a concern that they haven't talked to family in a number of days or whatever that is. So I would say there's a number of steps in process.
Fabulous. Mitchell, I'm going to bring you back in on a couple of these next ones, but this is one for, I think, all three of you. What sort of job opportunities are there within both residence life and culinary services?
Okay, this is me. So we do student desk clerks, like James said. We do have staff in all of the residence halls, so desk clerks. We take on custodial students as well. I know in the dining halls we have cooks, janitors, people who do dishwashing services, all that kind of stuff. I don't know if you guys can think of anything else.
Sure. For culinary, we also have opportunities in catering. Concessions is another big one if you enjoy being up there with all the football games or basketball. And then, yes, the dining halls offer a variety of positions, different schedules, and so we're really convenient to work with you. A minimum of 2 hours, maximum of 20 is what you can work in a week, and we're very flexible with schedules. We use a program called When I Work, and you just come in and we work with your school schedule and get you signed up around your classes if that's what you'd like to do. It's very simple, very easy, and very convenient.
Great. Mitchell, here's another one for you. And this seems to be asked from the perspective of a current student or possibly just a creature of habit. I want to return to the same residence hall. How did you keep your same room?
Yeah, so we have a process for that. We offer those students to come back the following year to keep their same residence hall room. That's something that we do offer to students. And so I was able to do that between my freshman and sophomore year. Yeah, it's a pretty nifty little system.
And is it kind of like first come, or like, like pick and choose? Like if you're already here, you get the first crack at your own room?
Yeah.
Kind of how it works?
The process for returning students starts and is run in February before we start assigning all of our new students. And so students are able, if they, Mitchell is an example, he has the first opportunity, as all returners do, to say, I want to stay in the same room in the same building. Nice. From there, if they want to change their room, they can change their room and select a new room assignment or a new building before we get into our new student assignment in March. So all of that happens in February, and kind of a perk as a returning student to kind of pick a new room or pick a single room or a suite room or whatever that is.
Nice. Are there any halls in which that isn't an option? Or is that an option everywhere?
It is an option for everything.
Awesome, cool. Let's see, there was one that I wanted to get into here. Here it is. What are living options for transgender students, and what sort of accommodations are there for me to ensure my safety?
Great question. And for that question, it ties directly into kind of that mixed gender housing option in terms of allowing students that don't want to live in a specific building or a specific room based on gender. We set mixed gender housing up for that reason. And just like all of our other buildings, there's a lock on the suite door, there's a lock on the bedroom door, and then all of the doors into the building are by cat card access only. I would encourage you to reach out to me specifically if you have questions regarding mixed gender housing, transgender housing, and we can talk about preferences and those sorts of things. We do work with students who are transgender who want to live in any of our buildings, and we work with them in terms of their options and those conversations. And so it's truly an active conversation and an active dialogue between the student and myself to kind of have those conversations.
That's awesome, and thank you for doing that. I think that's wonderful for our students. So, let's see, this is a great one as well. Are there study rooms in the residence halls, or do I have to go to the library or an academic building when I want to study?
Yep, so there are many study spaces in each of our residence halls. In South Hedges alone, I know each floor has at least one study room that you can lock and make sure that no one else is bugging you if you need to take like a personal phone call or something, stuff like that. And then all of our residence halls have that same option available. Plenty of study spaces.
Fabulous. Here's another one for you. How do I become an RA, and are RAs allowed to go home over breaks?
This is more of a him question.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
I'll just jump in real quick and just let folks know that the process to become an RA starts, there's a process for mid-year, and then there's a process in the spring for the following fall academic semester. And so it's by application and then subsequent interviews and other pieces of that process that run pretty much through the entirety of this semester in order to go through the selection process. The RA position is full room and board with additional money on their CAT card as CAT cash. And then I forgot the other question.
Are they allowed to go home over breaks?
There we go, thank you.
Yeah.
So right now, we allow our staff to go home over breaks. However, they are expected to stay for an extra 24 to 48 hours at the end of the semester to help us close the building or get ready for break housing. So there is a period of time at the end of every semester or at the beginning of every break period, whether that's Thanksgiving break or spring break, where they're expected to stay. However, we do let them go home for break. And those that want to stay or need to stay on campus over the break periods, we do have employment opportunities for them to work and make money for that period of time, whether that's working our front desks or whether that's doing rounds in the building. So there's a number of different options for RAs and desk clerks over the break periods.
Tobin, what you actually just talked about, this sparked another question in my head. So I know that not every residence hall doesn't completely empty for every break. So if an RA does go home for a spring break or a Thanksgiving break, is there still an RA on that floor, or is there just an RA who has a larger space to monitor and engage with?
Yeah, Great question. Right now for break housing, we have it set up where we inform our residents what desk is open and how they can get a hold of staff. So we don't have the capacity to hold all of our staff the entire break. So there might be an RA that covers a building or two, or a couple of RAs that cover a building or two. But for the most part, the students have an opportunity to get a hold of a staff member if they need a concern, or know what desk to go to if they need something.
Fabulous. And then I'm looking through all of our questions to make sure that I answered every single one of them. The last one that just came in, and I think it speaks to what you were mentioning earlier, where can I find dimensions of residence hall rooms for different buildings?
Yeah, trying to find the dimensions of our buildings and our rooms is tricky, I'm not gonna lie. Many of our buildings, the room configurations are different based on the room. We just built a brand new building that's in the final stages of opening, Highlight Hall, and I can tell you right now, having been through the building, that not one of those rooms is the same dimension. So while we try, I would tell you that we can give you an average. So if the size or the dimensions are not listed on the pictures on the website, just email or call our office and we can give you the approximate average of the dimensions of the rooms. Because all of the rooms are different based on a single room versus a triple room. And so we can kind of help provide some additional direction in terms of size. On average, most of the rooms are running anywhere from 10 to 11 feet by 12 to 16 feet, depending on the building and the room.
Okay, perfect. Well, that's going to wrap up our session for living on campus and residence life and dining services. Again, thank you, as throughout the entire day. Thank you so much for tuning in to learn more about Montana State University. One of the things that we've talked about throughout the day is that MSU is a lot more than just a school or an academic institution. It's home. It's home for the students that come to school here, and that means a lot to us. And this team right here and their team that they get to work with are such huge members of that community building aspect to make sure that you feel comfortable, you feel safe, and you feel like this is a place that you can really be successful. So I especially thank Mitchell for being here on behalf of our student body population. And that's going to be the next session that you all have as well, is our interactive student panel. So when we get done here, when we wrap up, there's going to be a screen that pops up, and it is going to have a link to it. If you remember from earlier today, we've been doing all of these sessions in our YouTube Live. This next session is going to be in WebEx. And the reason that we're doing that is because we have more of our current students that want to engage with you. They're from all over the country currently, since this is their summer. They're not here actively in school. And so we have virtual panelists that are going to be tuning in. And so if you follow this link that goes up on the page, if you go to the MSU Friday virtual site as well, you can find information on how to log into this WebEx, and we'll let our students take the reins from there. So again, thank you so much, and go Cats.